Helps to turn on the microphone, doesn't it? Well, we got a lot to chat about tonight, guys. First thing I got to do is I got to open up the chat and see what you guys are either hollering at me or what's going on. All right, I got my little chat window open. First thing I need to do is kind of go over who's in the room. So right now we got Devastator, we got Jerry, and I see they were having a heck of a conversation before the live stream started. Then we've got Kurt Insdale in the group. We've got Mikey B357. Of course, the Funny Honey's in here. Then we also have Jackie in here. Good to see Jackie again. And I believe that's it. Oh, nope, we got Birdman just made a comment. It says we have 11 people, so not all 11 have made a comment. But when you watch the stream, that's part of it, guys. If you're in here watching, don't be shy. Start typing in. Everyone here is a really good person. Everyone here shares information. So if you're watching, go ahead and join in on the conversation. I do not have subscriber mode only on, so you don't need to be a subscriber to join in. I do work hard for your subscription, but if you don't want to subscribe and you just want to come out and hang out, that's cool too. But if you want to, it does help the channel if you hit the subscribe button. And if you haven't already, go ahead and nail the like button. That helps YouTube out of the gate push the live stream out for people that are just scrolling through. They might see the channel and maybe drop in for the first time. That's why I have subscriber mode off. I want people to come in. I want the live stream to be engaging and we can all kind of share information. That's what it's about. This is supposed to be a hangout, just like going to your local music store, which is quickly disappearing, I hate to say. And that's part of the reason why I have a lot to talk about tonight. I want to talk about your local music store again. My local music store has really done me a bunch of favors. So we're going to get into that. And like I said, if you're new here, join in. Everyone's cool. If you see people in the blue, they're moderators. That means we need to keep the channel family oriented. That means we can have adult conversations, just keep it nice and polite, just in case people do have kids there watching. The moderators will take care of anything that I don't see. If you have a question, if you could, put a bunch of question marks in front of it, ask your question, and then a bunch of question marks after it. If I don't see it, either Devastator or Jerry or Linnell will bring it to my attention, and then we can get to the question. All right, guys, so a lot of you were here for Thursday night's live, so I guess for some of you, it's just what you do on Friday and what you do today. Of course, everyone knows on Saturdays, I go to my local music store. I want to support my local music store. And yes, I did make some payments on the guitar that I have on layaway. I think I owe $290 left on the guitar. I will not be getting it on my next pay period, but possibly on my following pay period. So maybe in 30 days, I'll be able to bring the RevStar home. It's a cool guitar. It's the yellow-green one. So I'm really chomping at the bit to bring that thing home. It's a double cut. And if you watch the channel, you know that I want to get some P-rails for it. I want to put the Seymour Duncan P-rails on it. And I think that guitar is going to be cool for me. That way I can have my P90 double cut type guitar. And then if I want, I can flip a switch and also have a humbucker. We'll see. I'm trying to scratch that double cut P90, that whole genre, of style guitar. Something a little different. I don't really have anything out here with P90s in it. The RevStar is not coming with P90s. The RevStar, they do make a version with P90s. I just can't get over that big chrome tailpiece on the bottom of it. I'm sure it's a great guitar. It's just, I really can't bond with it. And I bond with the one with the humbuckers. It's more of like an ABR type bridge, like a Gibson Les Paul bridge. It seemed to settle well with me. It seemed to work well. So that's the bridge that's actually on the guitar. I figure I can modify it, put the P-rails in it, and kind of have a hybrid guitar, if that makes sense. Well, I see we do have Jupe has joined the group, and Jupe, your guitar neck is straight, but I want to make sure that it's straight. Probably work on it a little bit tomorrow. If I go down and check on it, and I put my gauges on it, and it still reads straight, I may actually start doing the recording for the fret leveling on your guitar. And of course, you already know we're going to record the whole process, and I'm going to start releasing videos on doing your guitar.
Kurt,
So,
Kurt said what stores closed down. He heard two big names closed, but he don't know what ones.
yeah, there's two European stores closed down. I know the one was like AKG or something in Europe. We talked about that last Thursday. I don't know what the second guitar company was that closed down. These were major players. I want to. I just thought my little squirrel brain just come up with one of them, and I can't remember what it was. Kurt. What we were talking about last week was both of these players were big. You know, it may be AMS size here in the states. So we were like, well, you've got Tolman, you've got Anderson's, and PMT over there. Those are your three major stores. I mean, Tolman's a big hitter. Tolman's huge, but other than Tolman, you still have Anderson's and you have PMT. So I'm not too sure if Tolman sells Gibson and stuff like that or not, or if they do. I'm not too familiar with Tolman. I know Tolman also does the Harley Benton. That's their line of guitars. I think they do have their own proprietary products. Of course, they don't make it. It's farmed out from China. They put Harley Benton on it, and that's their in-house brand, Tolman's in-house brand. Of course, Anderson's has East Coast. That's their in-house brand. And I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure Anderson's shares the East Coast, the vendor that builds the East Coast guitars for them. They worked out a deal with the person that makes it with another large music store. I'm not too sure if it's PMT or not. And their house brand is exactly like the Tolman East Coast brand. And they go together to buy these at a special price point. That way they can the more product they buy, the better price they get. So I know Anderson's went with this other company, and they jointly buy X product from them. Some are labeled East Coast, and then some are labeled whatever the house brand is for the other company. What we were talking about was why did they fail? I heard the AKG or whatever that one store was.
GAK.
What was it?
GAK.
GAK. That's what it was. GAK.
GAK or something.
GAK.
Or something.
GAK or something like that. I had heard that the store was a little disorganized. It, kind of run down. And I'll be honest with you, my local guitar center, when you walk in the door, you can see the walking paths worn in the carpet. There's no fiber left in the carpet. You can literally just see black, and it separates from both doors. It's worn down just to the rubber, the felt backing on the carpet. You walk in, it's not always vacuumed and clean. Some of the stuff looks dusty, like it's been sitting up there for a long time. It has gotten better in the last maybe year and a half or 2 years. But there for a while, that Guitar Center really looked bad inside. They would have these boxes just piled up with stickers on them with, special buy. And
It was GAK that closed
and back.
BAX.
Yeah, BAS.
X
Oh, BAX.
in the UK.
Yeah, BAX and
GAK.
DAK was the two that closed down. Did you Google that, or was that brought up in the chat?
No, I googled it.
See, secondary helper in the other room Googled it. So those are the two companies that closed down.
Kurt and Scale said it also.
Oh, Kurt Inscale said it too. Now the question is, who had it first?
Well, I have no idea.
She says she has no idea. Well, we'll make it a tie. Kurt said he Googled it too. That's too funny. Yeah, so I was kind of curious what's going to transpire. Yeah, I don't know which store did what. I had heard the one store did 30 million and the other store did like 70 million in product sales. So at 30 and 70 million, that's a tremendous amount of money. Now that's not what they're making. Usually most guitar stores are making anywhere from 25 to 35%. See, I remembered to hit the cough button. I'm trying to be more professional. uh, but if you take that, let's just say, we'll call it 30%. That's a tremendous amount of money. So who picks that up? Okay, Anderson, PMT, and Tolman. Do they split it out? You know, or does one store outweigh the other store? I know Anderson's really has a big YouTube presence. They have a big online presence. So I believe them and Tolman will probably get more of the share. I could be wrong. I don't live in the UK. But PMT, as far as YouTube, they don't seem to be as active as Anderson's because you have Anderson's and then you got Anderson's 2. Anderson's 2 is more of a we get right to the point. Here's the guitar, here's what it sounds like. Go to our website. Anderson's is more of the Captain and Danish Pete just kind of going back and forth and having a good time. They also have Rob Chapman on there, which is crazy stupid. They blindfold the dude, and he can tell you, well, most of the time he can tell you what pickup's in the guitar just by hearing it or who the manufacturer is. He's kind of crazy, unless he's cheating with the goggles, which they claim he's not cheating, but to be able to pick up a guitar and instantly tell if it has octaves or Seymour Duncan's or DiMarzio's or if it's a Gibson or a Les Paul or an Ibanez or an LTD. The guy's kind of freaky when it comes to being able to just hear it and play it and kind of know what it is. Well, it's not kind of. He nails it most of the time. So, which one of those do you think picks up the slack from these two major stores? We just had Sam Ash go out, so we do see it. And from what I understand, on Sam Ash, a Mexican, a South American company in Mexico, has bought that, and they're only doing online sales. I mean, I got stuff from Sam Ash back a long time ago. I don't even remember which guitar case I have has an old Sam Ash sticker on it. Probably when I was, maybe 19, 20, 21 years old. I remember going up to a Sam Ash. Most of my shopping was Venomans music, which in DC, that was the store. All the big bands that come to play in DC would usually on Friday or Saturday go to Venomans and hang out, do autographs, sell merch. That was just the spot, Venomans. Venomans has closed down. It's no longer there. In my area, we had Rolls Music, which was huge in the recording. You know, in this area, if you have recording equipment, odds are it come from Rolls Music. Most of my rack equipment, my Mackie, uh, my tube mic preamps, my gates, my limiters, most of that stuff come from Rolls Music. Um, Rolls Music is no more. It's gone. Uh, we had Mars that come in for a little while, which was like the size of Walmart. And of course, everyone knows what happened to Mars. Mars would do these blowout specials, and they kept getting inventory and inventory from Fender, Gibson, all these other companies, but they wasn't paying back the inventory, and they ended up just going so far into debt that they ended up closing out. I know a lot of these manufacturers lost a lot of money. They ended up settling for a lot of times 20, 25 cents on the dollar when all that stuff finished up in the court system with Mars Music. I mean, it was a huge store. They literally had a stage right in the middle of the store, and the store went all the way around it. I would say I've been to Sweetwater. If you took Sweetwater and you made it a circle, it would probably be like Mars. Maybe, I don't know if Mars had an online presence back then or not, but Sweetwater is just, it's huge as well. It takes up a tremendous amount of space. I would probably say Sweetwater, the one that I went up to, the brick and mortar store that I went to, is probably bigger than Mars was. And I'm going completely off memory on Mars. That was the first time I walked into a store of that size. So I might be just remembering it being bigger than it was because I just don't remember a music store being the size of a Walmart. It was literally that large. I know Sweetwater's huge because I just went up there like 2 years ago. That place is massive. So we have lost big hitters here. We've got Chuck Levin's now in DC. That's probably one of the last old music stores left in my area is Chuck Levin's. Some people know it as Washington Music Center, but Chuck Levin's has been there for years. And there's an older guy there with gray hair and a beard. He's been there for 35, 40 years. I remember going in there and being a teenager, and that dude was there in the guitar section. That guy has met more professional musicians and sold more guitars to more people and sold more guitars to beginners and got them playing than probably anyone I know. And he's still at Chuck Levin's. So people like that and stores like that, they're kind of disappearing. I mean, how often can you say that your salesman at your music store has been there 30 years and your music store has been there 40 or 50 years and they cater to you? Chuck Levin's is one of those stores. It's not that close to me. The story behind my local music store is there was a music store called G&M Music in Winchester, and I was young, and they had a Gibson Explorer, and I fell in love with this Gibson Explorer, and the Gibson Explorer was like $1,600 or something, and I was working at a cavern. I was a tour guide. Of course, it only paid like $2.30 an hour. And I remember going into G&M and I just drooled over this guitar. And there was a salesman there named Roger. And Roger finally come up to me one day. He goes, you really like that guitar. You should just buy it. And I'm like, well, it's only a 30-day layaway policy. I can't afford this guitar in 90, well, it was 90-day layaway, sorry. Yeah, I can't, in 3 months, there's no way I can pay for this guitar. And he said, well, it's been here for a couple years. Let me go in and talk to the owner and see if we can work something out, and you can purchase the guitar. And he come back and he said, yeah, we'll lay it away from you. I told him what you made, and that you promised to come in and, at least pay, I think it was like $50 or something a month. It was something really dirt cheap. And I think it took me about a year and a half to pay that guitar off. But they allowed me to do that. So what ended up happening after I picked the guitar up, like 6 months later, Roger ended up leaving G&M Music and he started his own company called Shenandoah Music. And I've been buying from Shenandoah Music on and off for 25, 30 years. So I've known Roger I've known Roger for so long now. Roger is no longer with Shenandoah Music. He sold the business to his nephews. If I think they're his nephews, and that's the people that I deal with now. I mean, it's still part of the family. So the music store has just evolved. Roger got up in age, and he just wanted to retire. He had done it for all those years, so he made sure that the company stayed in his name. It's I mean, they worked with Roger. It's not like they just stepped in. They were already musicians. They already worked there. So Roger's like, okay, you want the business? Here it is. You guys take it over. And I think they've done a really good job. They've made some changes. They're still in the same location. They know the people in the area. And that's what your local music store should be. They should, When you walk in, they should know you and treat you like a regular. You know, once you establish that relationship with them, I think you gain so much. I mean, I walk in the store and sometimes I see regulars like Ron. I don't know if Ron's in the chat tonight. I know he's been in the chat a couple times before. I know Ron. I mean, Ron lives probably 45 minutes from me. He buys from there, and Short Bus is with us tonight. He's in the other room. I don't know if he'll come out and grab a chair and sit down or not, but he's actually here at the house tonight. He's been in the chat. So all these people shop at Shenandoah. I know them, and you build that relationship. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Um, and I've talked to Shenandoah and I've bought stuff from them, and I've heard their woes with Fender because they're a Fender dealer. And imagine how hard it is if you work and you have to buy into Fender, and Fender wants X amount of money to sell their product. And then Fender turns around and opens up an online store. And the person you're buying from, Fender, now you're competing against them because Fender has Fender.com. And they sell guitars just like their vendors are selling guitars, except they don't have to worry about that profit margin. When they sell to the vendor, they got to take 30-35% off. Well, when Fender opens it and puts it on their website, they can put it at MAP price, okay, and make 30% more than what they're selling it to the mom and pop Guitar Center, Sweetwater. So that's hard on a music store. For your main line, Fender was a big line for Shenandoah. And I've asked several times, and they're like, that's difficult. I can imagine it's difficult. If Fender wants, they can slash that price down to vendor pricing, the same as Shenandoah's buying it for, and Fender can still make the same amount of money as if they were selling it to Shenandoah. They can do that. Uh, I don't know whether or not they have. I know they have done sales, but I don't know if they've sold it down to the mark price that the vendors are getting. That's sad. That's something PRS claims that they're never going to do that he would never do direct sales and cut off his vendors. I've heard that a couple times. To my knowledge, I don't think PRS has where you can buy from PRS. You have to go through one of their distributors or vendors to get a PRS. So they're looking out after the people that are selling their products. PRS's job is to build a good instrument and make it to where they can sell it to their vendors, and then the vendors need to push it to the populace that's around them. I don't know if Gibson does that or not, but there's the online presence of these companies doing this, I believe, has hurt the smaller stores like the mom and pop stores. Maybe not so much Sweetwater, maybe not so much Guitar Center and AMS and some of these big powerhouse companies that well, I just had an issue with YouTube. This page is having a problem, so if I lost you guys, I'm going to try to reconnect. Have we lost the stream? I may have lost the stream, guys. If you guys are still there, hold on. But on my side, it says the stream is gone.
You're still on.
Oh, Linnell says I'm still on. So I'm going to manage. Hold on for a second, guys. I have to load the thing back up. Okay, I don't really know what happened on my end. That's the first time YouTube has ever actually done that to me. That's kind of weird. All right. Everything just went black and it said trying to reconnect. So I don't even remember where it was at. But I guess my whole point in this is I think we need to really stop and think. I mean, everyone wants inexpensive guitars. I mean, I'm a musician. I don't want to pay top dollar. I don't want to pay over for certain things, if that makes sense. Of course, I want a good deal. I work hard. I'm going to take these off since I'm not playing guitar. I keep hearing myself in my own in the headphones. It's kind of strange. So we all want good pricing, okay? And I get if we can save $10 here, $20 there. I get why we do it, but in the process, I think we kind of lose that interaction with our store. And I bring this up because this morning I was sitting in the kitchen having my coffee, and I had a little cart on Amazon. Had a couple things I was going to order on Amazon, just little small ticket item things. So I'm gonna switch my camera here, and I'm gonna hopefully it'll show it. Can you guys see this little guy right here? Okay, you can see that I have my 286S and my everything's organized now. I had this setting on two mic boxes. Okay, so it's what it is it's a small 6U desktop rack. It's got little feet that set back and you put 6 units in it. On Amazon, okay, a 4U rack was going to cost me $47. And I had looked around, that seemed to be a pretty decent price. Okay. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and order this. And I wanted an 1/8 inch tip ring sleeve to dual XLR. And the reason I wanted that cable was for doing a demo on Little One's new amplifier because it has a headphone out. So I was going to use that 1/4 inch out direct into the interface. That way we get a better version of what that amp sounds like through the interface instead of using two microphones. And I was getting ready to hit buy, and then I thought about it. I said, well, I'm going to Shenandoah Music today. Let me see what Shenandoah Music has. Maybe they have something. They're not a big on rack mount gear, but they do have a couple things there that are rack. So I walked in and they had this 6U rack and they had a little mixing board mounted in it. And I asked the guy, I didn't see a price on it. I said, you got one of these, in stock? And he went back and checked. He goes, the only one we have is that one. And if you want that one, we can take the board out. And I'm like, well, how much is it? And there was a sticker on it. I didn't even see the sticker, the price tag on it. So here's what I paid for it. And yes, you're reading that right, $34.99. So I got it now. I got it now, and I saved $15 going to my local store. That is cool. Okay, does that kind of make sense? I didn't give the money to Amazon. I gave my local store the opportunity, and this time they hit it. Now, that being said, my 286 that I have, my channel strip, I did go to Shenandoah Music to start with. I went there first and I said, guys, I'm looking for a channel strip. They said, don't have one. We can order it for you. And I'm like, And I could have ordered it. The price was going to be, within $10 or $15. Okay, one way or the other. I get that. But Chuck Levins in Washington had one. So I drove to Washington and bought that unit. But I did go to my local store and give them the opportunity to sell me one. They're not big on the channels. Channel strips aren't something big. Most people nowadays use plug-ins. They're using DAWs. So I get it. The channel strip, if they had one, it might sit in there for a year and they might sell one or two. So I get why they didn't carry it. But I did give them the opportunity to do that. That, to me, means a lot.
You're gonna have to explain why there's a white guitar sitting in the chair.
Oh, everyone's noticed the white guitar, huh?
Well, Devastator noticed it earlier that the Chapman wasn't there.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Chapman had a horrible accident. Just picking. Linnell removed the Chapman. She didn't want the Chapman being prosecuted in the chair and going up for auction, so she removed the Chapman.
I didn't want to tease him.
So I'm like, well, if you're removing the Chapman, I need to put something in its place. So the guitar on the chair is something that's been here. That guitar's been here a long time, and it had been here so long I actually forgot to do the review on it. If you guys are, let me go get it. I'll show it to you. I don't normally bring up things that we didn't get to review, but I actually did an order from Firefly Guitars probably a little over a year ago, and I ordered two Strats. I ordered the Relic Strat and I ordered this Strat. The Relic Strat I actually liked, and I ended up selling it before the review ever went, before I ever did the review. I completely forgot about this guitar. If you look back in some of my reviews, it was sitting on a stand, I think, for two reviews, and I had planned on getting to it, but ended up just getting lost on other guitars that come in, and it never actually got a review. So this is a white ash. Before they started doing the heavy sandblasting, this guitar does have a little bit of an etch in the finish, just a little bit. I don't know if you could see that etching from the sandblasting in the finish. And then, of course, it's got the humbucker, single, 5-way switch, one volume, two tones. And this one does have the 2-point tremolo, like the Firefly that I really like. I don't remember how well this one stays in tune, but this is the same bridge that's on the white ash one that Jupe wants to buy. And just so you know, Jupe, I did not get a price on the shipping today. I ended up sleeping in. I was tired. But we did get the box measurements over here. I got the box out. That's the box for the guitar right there. So I'm going to get it weighed, and I'm going to price that out tomorrow morning when I get up.
Look,
So
Jerry made a comment a little bit ago. You were saying something about selling me the Night Swan for $250.
the what?
The Night Swan.
Oh, the Night Swan. Ah, no, that's my baby. You know, guys, this guitar is almost in tune. Listen to that. I swear, I have not touched this guitar. I just took it out of the, when she took the Chapman, I said, we got to replace it. That guitar has been downstairs in the box for over a year.
Did you hear me?
What was that, baby?
Renee commented. He said he's the one that bought the Relic from you.
Oh, I did not know that.
You forgot?
I forgot. Renee? Oh, okay. Well, my little squirrel brain, Renee, I did not remember that. I apologize. But how long ago has that been, Renee, since you bought the Relic Strat? Well, this guitar was bought at the same time that the Relic was bought. So that had to be over a year ago, I'm going to guess. Guys, last year we have reviewed 47 guitars, so it's hard for me to keep track where some of the guitars go. I really do apologize, guys, but it's hard to keep track of guitars, especially ones that I didn't actually get to review and post, and there's no interaction between me and you all, if that makes sense. But this guitar is actually in tune, and that's quite amazing. So that's what this is, and it does have the roasted maple neck. This little piece this little guy here is kind of angled. I believe this was the first production run of this manufacturer. This manufacturer does a good job. Firefly has 3 different vendors they order from, and this particular vendor does a good job. Their guitars are solid. I'm pretty sure this is the same vendor that makes the sandblasted Strat and the sandblasted LP that I keep talking. Same vendor that makes the other white one that I like so much. That vendor, they just make a solid instrument. Let me plug it in. I don't even remember if this is one of the good sounding ones or. Remember, Firefly is kind of hit and miss on the pickups, guys. So let me put my headphones on, and we will find out together. So I got it plugged in here. I'm going to turn everything up. I'm going to turn the guitar on. I knocked it out of tune. Let's give it its first tune here. Actually, I got a tuner right here. Let's see if it's 440 or where it's at. So it's tuned to half step down. And if you can hear the gain disappearing, notice where the volume knob is. Now, well, listen, guys. Me and Strats with the volume knob right there, and it's nothing against the guitar. It is 100% this guy right here not being able to play a Strat. So that's our bridge. Let's go up to our second position. So you can hear right there. As soon as you introduce that single coil, of course it's a single coil, you're going to have more hum. go up to our center position. And you can hear, let's go to our bridge. Very quiet. Center position, a little more hum. Let's go up to our fourth position. And our fourth position seems quiet. This is our center position. And our fourth position, that's telling me the poles on these two are reversed as far as your north-south. And they're canceling, it's becoming hum canceling. That one seems pretty muddy and not very crisp and clean sounding. That pickup combination seems a little not quite as articulate. Let's go up to our neck, and you can hear the hum has come back. Let's take some of the dirt out, guys. Let's check tune again. And our D has fallen off. Our G sharp is okay. Our C sharp is out a little bit. And if you're wondering, yes, these are the stock, really, really awful Firefly stock strings. And if you bought a Firefly, you'll know that the stock strings aren't very good. There we go. That's our neck clean. Let's go back to our fourth position, which was the one that sounded kind of not very articulate with the distortion. Just something about that one. You guys might like that tone. It's just something that's not very punchy about it. That one I don't really care for too much. Here's our center position. That's our center. Let's go back to our humbucker and our first pickup. It's not horrible. I'm trying to find something that'll, the tube, let's turn the tube drive on here, and I'm going to turn off the plexi. That one's not too bad as far as the lead sound. I don't mind that one. Let's do the bridge again. It's not bad. Now, playing this thing, I will say, I haven't checked it. I don't know, but something feels a little strange with the string arc. As I'm playing it, it feels like the center strings are a little higher than the A. It seems like the A string seems like it's not. It's like the strings are going like this across the neck. Looking at the saddles do have a nice arc to them, but something feels a little strange. Something feels strange on the A. Like I said, I don't have my tools up here, but I'm going to say the A needs to come up in relation to the E string. It's just a feeling I'm getting when I play it. I don't know if you all have ever played around with your saddles and you keep tuning your saddles until you get what feels comfortable as far as your radius. This one feels like the A is out a little bit when I'm playing it.
Birdman wants to know, how's the relief?
The relief on this one, let's see, let's turn the tube drive on here. And I'm going to turn off the plexi. That one I don't care for too much. Here's our center position. Here's our humbucker. Let's go back to our humbucker and our first pickup. looks like it has about, it's funny, always do relief and metric. There is a little bit of relief there. I'm going to say it doesn't look like it's 0.5 millimeters. It could be a little less. Oh, right there, short bus. Say hi, short bus. He's taking off, guys. But it looks like it has about 0.3, 0.4. I don't think it's a half a millimeter. I mean, I could look down the neck, but that's only looking at the wood. Yeah. Looking at it, I'm going to say it has a half a millimeter relief. That's about where I would set it. Some people like a perfectly straight neck. Me personally, I like a little relief in the neck, and this neck does have a little relief in it. These strings are just awful. Firefly did get better with the strings, but even the new ones don't come with. But there for a while, Fireflies were just, well, right there is proof. The Firefly Black Finger strings from playing the guitar. Yeah, I don't know what kind of strings they use, but they always turn your fingers black. You can hear this one doesn't stay in tune like the one we were playing. I believe it was last Thursday or last Saturday. The other Firefly that Jupe wants to buy that one. That one's already sold, guys. Sorry. That guitar is just stupid as far as staying in tune. This one seems like there might be a little bit of a nut issue. I'm not hearing a pop. It's definitely not as good as the other one. I think it seems to play nice and it has a good feel. I think the guitar just needs a good setup. And the pickups on this guitar, I do not believe are near as articulate as the other white Firefly. Especially this neck pickup seems, these two single coils seem a little non-articulate.
Juke wants to know if you use toilet paper.
Really, Jupe? Jupe wants to know if I use toilet. Yes, I use toilet. Jupe, no, I don't use toilet paper. Linnell made me put a bidet in, and since we've bought the bidet, we do not use toilet paper in this house. We are saving trees to build guitars. If you're using toilet paper, you're destroying the future of our replaceable wood products for our guitars. So if you're a guitar player, that means you need a bidet. Just putting it out there for anyone that's a serious guitar player. You don't use toilet paper. That's a waste of wood products. Now that is some funny. I don't care who you are. Even Linnell is choking on that one, guys. Oh, wow. Okay, well, we're going to put this one on the thing over there. Maybe we can do a review on this guitar. I mean, I don't know if Firefly even carries this model anymore. I've been trying to get away from being the Firefly channel, but we did buy a lot of them. And I completely forgot this guitar was down in the basement. I think it just needs a setup. I would definitely do some different pickups on it. Okay, let me put this away and I'll get caught up on the chat. I hear Linnell back in the kitchen just laughing her tail off. Hold on, guys. What am I missing?
Well, let's see here. Pinnegor said I just can't use a toilet that interacts with me. I'll have to stick with my paper.
Ha!
Resolution says there is recycled toilet paper, but I don't know how they get the poop off of it. Jerry says bidets, fur cuffs. What's next?
Oh my gosh, you guys are killing me. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, if you're a serious guitar player, I mean, toilet paper is just a waste of good wood products. I mean, we could think of how many guitar bodies have not been made due to wiping butts.
Mike is in.
Oh, I see Mike has joined the group.
He's traveling and won't be able to comment, but he'll be listening for the next hour.
Oh my gosh, Mike, if you just tuned in the last 5 minutes, you're probably like, thought this was a guitar channel. Why are they talking bidets? But believe me, if you just joined and you want to know why we're talking bidets, you'll need to start at the beginning of the stream and find out why every guitar player should have a bidet. I mean, to me, in my little squirrel brain, it just makes sense. That's just my opinion. Oh.
Let's see. Jerry said a little earlier the Geiger brass roller saddles he prefers much better over the stock ones.
What kind of saddles was that?
Geiger brass roller saddles.
Yeah, the Geiger, it's not just Geiger. There's a bunch of different companies, Jerry, that make the roller saddles. Roller saddles are actually really sweet. It allows the string to move back and forth and keep the intonation perfect. I mean, they're butter smooth. If you've got roller saddles and your nut is cut right, and do I have it? Let me show you guys something that works really well. Get your guitar nut cut as well as you can get it cut. Okay, pop the string out of the nut and put some of this stuff on it. Now, I do not use this for guitar reviews, but when I service people's guitars with non-locking tremolos, I do the nut. I make sure the nut is working properly, and then I put just a little bit of this down in the nut and put the string in it, and it works phenomenal. And before you all ask, no, the Firefly that we played here the other night, the one Jupe is buying, does not have this on the nut. So if you put this on the nut, that guitar would just be stupid. You could probably do Floyd Rose tricks with it. That guitar is just spot on. But this stuff here works really, really well.
Resolution wants to know. He says, okay, it may be a silly question, but how do you dry after using the bidet?
Well, what you got to do is you got to get one of those industrial air blowers that you mount on the wall in your bathroom.
Birdman said a fanny fan.
A fanny fan. Wow.
Devastator said a blow dryer.
Now, Devastator, everyone knows the bidet is next to the tub. Now, if you want to be operating a blow dryer next to your tub full of water, I mean, you could even drop it in the bidet and electrocute yourself. So you might want to be careful with the hair dryer near the bidet in the toilet. Just putting it out there.
Jerry said no problems with nut if I keep pencil lead in it, but I plan on going to a Tusk XL.
Yeah, the Tusk XL. Yeah, if you're having issues with it, guys, get your nut cut as close as you can, and put this stuff here on it. And before anyone said, yes, this stuff is quite pricey, but it does work really, really well. I only have this for servicing guitars. Everyone knows most of the guitars that I play that have tremolos on them are locking tremolos. My other guitars are fixed bass bridges, and I can usually cut the nut well enough to where I don't need to use any of this. Now on maybe like a Gibson Les Paul where the pull isn't straight and the strings are coming off the nut at an acute angle or something a little strange, this can help out a lot on those guitars. But guitars that have a straight pull from the nut up to the tuner, they're usually a little ahead of the game. If you've got a good cut, you can just use, probably nothing. But this stuff, if you're having issues, this stuff does work really well. She's still laughing, guys, just so you guys know.
Devastator said it's a shocking experience.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Jupe, you started it all. It's all Jupe's fault. That's okay. They normally blame me, Jupe, so I like sharing the responsibility. I'm glad you stepped up to the plate and you're willing to take responsibility. That's pretty funny. But we got off on like a super wild tangent since everyone noticed the white guitar over there.
Jerry said if you need a lawyer to get those wolves off you, Jupe, I know a guy.
That's it. Now, what someone has not noticed sitting in the background, there's another guitar case sitting there. And before anyone says anything, nope, I can't open it up.
They probably thought it was the one that you put the white guitar.
No, see that's the whole thing, guys. It's not the one with the white guitar.
Oh my God.
Okay, here's the one with the white guitar. This is the one Jupe is buying. So here's the white guitar with the really nice tremolo. So there's that one. This is the one we were playing on the last stream. So it is not that guitar. It is not. They are both the exact same case. So if you look, they're both Gator cases. I'm gonna set this one. I got it all messed up now, guys. There we go. They're both Gator cases, but this guitar is here for review. So it's the channel's first time. I'm not gonna talk too much about it.
Devastator said Avery got a chappy too.
Got a what?
Chapman.
Oh. Nope, I didn't get Chapman. It's not my guitar. Again, I want to thank, Shandor Music. So there will be a video coming about what's in this case. Coming up, I would probably say in the next 2 to 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. So I want to thank them for what they've done. And like I said, everything they've done for me in the past, that's why I say we need to support our local stores. So that guitar is here for review. And it's going to be a surprise on what it is. I will say this. What's in that case about 4 weeks ago, there was just all kinds of YouTube buzz about it. And I guess I want to really set the record straight. YouTube can be hard on new products, if that makes sense. And I believe sometimes if it's not hitting the click, I believe YouTube can be a little too hard on things. So we're going to do an open review. And they're allowing me to say anything I want to say about the guitar. So if it's going to be a POS, I'm going to tell you if it's a POS. If it's a good bang for the buck, I'm going to tell you it's a good bang for the buck. That's what this channel does. But stay tuned, it is coming. So that's everything that I started the stream about, wanted to talk about as far as local music stores and developing a relationship with them, if that makes sense. So we just got off on too many tangents, and I ended up completely forgetting about that guitar. But the one over here we should do a review on too. I can already tell that it does have a saddle. Something's going on with the A string. I'll give them 5. Unseen. I don't know which one he's talking about. Alright guys, so now we're going to go into open mode. So I didn't really see anything on the post pages on anything that wanted to be gone over. So now's the time to open up the chat and see what you guys want to talk about. We did talk about the 2 stores that closed down in the UK. We've kind of went over that. We've kind of went over, supporting your local stores. And then we went over the missing Chapman versus the new guitar.
Downstairs talking about the review guitar. He said unseen. He'll give him $5.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I would buy 1,000,000 of them at a $5. I would. And I personally think it's a cool guitar. I think it's a cool guitar. That's why I was so happy when the opportunity come to review it, because I had seen other channels review it, and I just think it got a really unfair release, if that makes sense. And maybe they could be right, guys. I might review this guitar and look into it and go, nope, it's just not there. But just me holding the guitar and picking around with it at the store a little bit, I'm kind of scratching my head. Unless something really rears its head when I check the frets, or something's just completely wacky with it, I can pretty much already say I think a lot of it was just people didn't want to like it. And that's sad. There's so many, in today's, I think I've said this before, we live now in the guitar renaissance. We really do. Right now, you can buy really nice instruments for what used to just buy nothing at all.
Jerry says, will that turbo bar fit different base plates, not just Floyd?
It would fit any tremolo that has a base plate with the same diameter hole as the Floyd Rose. But Floyd Rose, that's kind of a Floyd Rose thing where you just have the main base plate with the offset with the hole, and it bolts through with a cup. So I'm not too sure how the Goth is set up. If the Goth is set up the same way, I can't say whether it does or whether it doesn't, Jerry. I apologize. I know that it fits the Special, the 1000, the German, and all the Shaler stuff. It also fits any generic, like licensed Floyd Rose bridge, like the Jackson bridge. Jackson has their bridge. PV made a PV Floyd Rose licensed bridge. It would fit that. It would have to be down that road. If you get into different manufacturers and different styles, I'm not too sure if it would or not. I like the turbo bar. I think it's a great bar. Now, is it the best bar? No, the turbo bar is not the best bar. It is the best bar for the buck that you're spending. If you want to spend $80 on just a tremolo bar and housing, there's one better. But $80 just for a tremolo bar and the housing is a little steep. Maybe if you're a super professional musician and you just want to build the world's best Floyd Rose, maybe you can justify $80 just for the bar and the cup housing. I think the turbo bar, I believe, is from $19 to about $25. And it has 2 pins on it. I've shown it. So it rests on 2 different spots. It's not just a single bore, it's a dual bore. So that makes the bar a lot more stable. Especially if you don't have it tight and you just want to swing it out of the way. I feel from the ones I've tested and played with, it's the best bang for the buck. And it's far better than any of the push-in or thread-in or the one with the cup that threads on that is stock on the Floyd Rose. It's far better than those. I don't know why they don't make a tremolo that comes standard with it. It's kind of weird.
Jupe says, how much do pickup covers affect the sound of a guitar versus no covers?
Well, that I believe it was DiMarzio. Who was it that just made all those covers and it was causing all the feedback issues? I believe it was DiMarzio. I don't remember. There was a pickup that come out and it had all this laser cutting in it. What you want to be careful, and the company has since fixed it. They did figure out what was causing it. When you get into these laser etched and cut out pickups, if the material's real thin, it can resonate, and the metal can resonate, and it'll cause feedback issues. What I'm pretty sure it was DiMarzio. What they ended up doing was taking the cover and making a plastic insert that goes in it, and they bonded the cover to the plastic. That way, all those little fine pieces that were still left from the laser cutting couldn't resonate. So if you're wanting covers like that are open, I mean, I think they're fine. Are they going to change the sound? Some people are going to tell you no, it's not going to change the sound. Some people are going to say yeah, it's going to change the sound. It would have to do something because it's covering the poles. Could you audibly hear it? If you A-B'd one, you might be able to hear it, if that makes sense. But if you put it on your guitar and then you took it off your guitar in that amount of time, I don't think you'd ever really pick up on it. I've never picked up a guitar that has pickup covers on it and go, oh wow, these pickups are horrible because they got pickup covers on it. These pickup covers are just destroying the tone of the guitar. I've never picked up a guitar that did that. So, in my opinion, I don't think it does that much to make sense. Some people say that it increases the ground mass and you get less hum because you're bonding the base plate of the pickup to that and it acts as shielding. I can see that point. I can see where people go, well, it's covering up the pole pieces, so it's going to mute the tone. I can see that too. I mean, I see all parties, and what everyone says about it. I just can't say that I've ever picked up a guitar and went, man, these pickups were horrible because of the pickup covers. There are tons of pickups out there, like the Seymour Duncan JBs. They make covered. That JB pickup, to me, sounds just as good as my other guitars that have JBs from the factory without the covers. I don't sit there and go, wow, this JB pickup now sounds awful since they put the cover on it. That's just my opinion. Everyone here has probably had a guitar with or without covers. So you guys can put in the chat, did you get a pickup? And you need to qualify this. Maybe you've had two guitars that have the exact same pickup. One has the cover, one doesn't. And you might just say, yeah, the one with the cover is brighter, or the one without the cover is brighter, and the one with the cover is darker sounding, or I can't tell the difference. Personally, I've never really heard a difference in them. But that's what the chat's for, and that's what the community's for the community to say, well, I did have two guitars with the same pickup. One had the cover, and I noticed this. I personally haven't, but like I said, that's what the chat's for. It's a community, so everyone could post in what their feelings are on that. I think the main thing it does, since you're bonding it to the base plate of the pickup, it's going to act as a shielding around the pickup. Think about it. Sometimes you look at these guitars, and you take the pickup out, right? And they've put copper shielding tape all the way around the inside of the cavity, and they set the pickup in it. Okay? Well, it's shielded on the bottom. Okay, now you put the cover over the pickup, and it's bonded to the ground plate. Well, now you've shielded the top of it. And it just seems like it would be an awesome, especially if your guitar already has the copper shielding tape or the shielding paint in it. I can see where that would make a difference. Have I had problems with uncovered pickups having issues? No. Most of my guitars don't have covers. But I do have 1, 2, I have 3 guitars right here in this room with covers on pickups, and all 3 are awesome. I love the pickups in them. So I'm going to say it does. In my opinion, it may help some pickups if that makes sense. So I see technically they have covers or just some plastic, others are metal. Yeah, I think we're talking about the metal ones. And like I said, I don't remember if it was DiMarzio that made these pickup covers. It had really intricate detail, and they had used a laser to cut out all these patterns. And some of these little pieces of wire that were left over were really small, and some of them just hung out. And they were having a problem due to the resignation of the cover, those little pieces of metal vibrating, and it was actually causing feedback issues. And I know their fix was they put a piece of plastic on it and it's bonded to the plastic, and that prevents those little pieces of metal from vibrating. I don't remember if that was DiMarzio or who that was. Maybe someone knows what pickup manufacturer that was. I think it was DiMarzio that had the issue. Hopefully, that was not an answer, Jupe. That's just, I'm all about honesty. I don't think it's going to make that much difference. If you like covers, then you like covers. I think when covers are clean, they look sharp. But I have noticed guitars with covers, the first thing that'll start to go kind of looking is the pickup cover. And then usually after that, the hardware will start getting an aged look. If you like the relic thing, pickup covers are easy to relic. If you like the old look, they relic really easy. Some people like that look. If you like that shiny look and you want it to stay shiny, you need to buy a really nice pickup cover, something that has a nice plating on it. And that's the problem with some of your cheaper stuff. The plating isn't as good. It wears through quick. It pits quicker. So when you buy something, I would buy something decent. That's a lot of work to get them in there because you have to solder them to the pickup. You should to ground them out. And you don't want to buy a substandard one in 2 years that starts pitting and rusting and making your guitar look bad. So buy a good quality one. I don't think you'd have any problems.
Kurt wants to know if you ever looked up the EBO.
Yes, we did the night afterwards. That stream, Kurt, we did look up the EBO. And when I looked at it, I still didn't recognize it. That was the first that I had ever seen an EBO. I had never seen that before. That again, guys, that's what the chat's about. You guys kind of put things in the chat, and I'm like, well, what in the world is that? So I learned too, but I had never seen anything like that. You guys say it works like a Sustainiac, that you just kind of run it down the string or something. I don't know. I'd never heard of it. I mean, I want to do another guitar with a Sustainiac. My thing is, with that thing in your hand, I don't know. I just, the way I use a Sustainiac, I want it to sustain as I'm bending and picking. So as I'm bending the string like a hard bend, I don't know how I could do that and have it on my hand at the same time. I'm sure there's a place for it. And I guess I need to watch someone. I could probably YouTube it and watch someone use it and see how they're using it. The way I use the Sustainiac and my Schecter, I don't think I could use the EBO to get that effect.
Kurt said it's used above the neck pickup.
Yeah, it's used above the neck pickup. Yeah, I would have to watch some YouTube videos on it, Kurt. I mean, there's other things other than the Sustainiac, too. I know the Sustainiac stuff gets pricey. But you can get, there's some generic companies that you put you in the 150 range that you can get a Sustainiac. What I'm saying is if I'm playing notes and my left and my right hand, are doing things, I'm not quite sure how you hold. Maybe it's like a slide where you're going to use it like a slide and then still be able to use the other fingers for the picking. And the EBO is setting above the strings. I guess you could very easily teach yourself to use it in that fashion, I'm guessing. And I'm 100% talking out of my BUTT.
Maybe
because I've never used one.
Maybe it hooks onto the guitar.
Maybe it hooked, like Linnell said, maybe it hooks onto the neck of the guitar or
I
something.
know nothing.
Yeah, she knows nothing. I know nothing about it. But it looked like you held it between your fingers. That's what it looked like to me. So that would, if you got to hold it between two fingers, that means you would still have two fingers to fret with. Yeah, Jerry says $100 at Sweetwater. Yeah, I don't know. I might do that after the stream tonight. Get a couple YouTube videos and see how people are using that thing. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to see it. Yeah, I want to get a slide too. I used to play slide guitar. I had a guitar set up with the action a little higher, and I would putter around with slide. I think slide guitar is freaking awesome. Yeah, they're saying it's better to buy a guitar with a Sustainiac. The big reason is that it requires a battery, and if it wasn't made that way, you would need to carve out your guitar. Yeah, I had one with a Sustainiac. I really liked it. I think it's the way I received my Schecter and it was set up, it was almost gimmicky. They had it cranked up. The game was cranked up so much that when in the first position, it would sustain so much it was actually non-usable. So there was potentiometers, these two little pots on the back board. You could adjust out how much the Sustainiac did. And when I detuned it a little bit, it seemed to do a lot better. It still would sustain for as long as you held the note. It would just sit there and sustain and sustain and sustain. But when I got that guitar from Sweetwater, it was obnoxious what the sustain. It would actually not playing it. If you just had the guitar on your lap and you turned on the Sustainiac, the strings would just all of a sudden start vibrating. It would create that much of a field. You didn't even have to strum it, and the guitar would start playing by itself. So that was a bit much. I had to detune it. But right now I have no guitars with a Sustainiac in it. I'd like to do that. I do have, I was thinking about adding a pickup to this guitar right here. Everyone knows I like the single coil in the center. So I guess I could do that. Put my hot rail right here and then put a Sustainiac up here, right up next to the neck. And I think that would be far enough away from this one to where the Sustainiac wouldn't interfere with my center pickup. But that's a lot of routing. And to do that, I would have to take the neck off the guitar to have access to this pocket right here so I could drill a hole through both cavities into this cavity so I could get into my electronics cavity. If anyone doesn't know that trick, if you take the neck off the guitar, this seat back here, okay, if you look at see how the seat is, you end up with a 1/2 inch of body here. So you're going to lay a long drill bit about 1/8 of an inch above the seat of the body, and you're going to bore straight through all the way to here. And that will allow you to wire up your pickups without, doing a funny, like trying to get your drill bit on an angle to come into this cavity. You can take the neck off and bore straight through. A lot of manufacturers do that. It's much easier. And as long as if you put a little tilt on it, your first pickup hole, you may hit maybe center of the route, and then you'll be a little lower on the back of that one, but your center pickup, you can definitely be at the 75%, almost to the bottom of the route, and be at the bottom of the route in your bridge position. That's the angle that you want to put. You want to look at how far the depth is of that last route, then look at the pocket of the neck, and then angle the bit in to where it comes in right at the base. That's as good as you can get it at that point. When it comes to in the center position or the neck position, you may have to go in and relieve the hole a little bit so the wire can come in and it doesn't interfere with the pickup. Go around the pickup and then back in like that. You just got to go in and relieve that hole so the wire has a little radius to it. Don't leave that sharp edge and have the wire come in like that. Go in, relieve the hole, give it a nice little ramp. That way you don't break the fibers in the wire. You're not putting a kink in the wire.
Kurt says the Evo is a separate self-contained unit. It's used in your pick hand, held over the string, single string, above the neck pickup, and acts just like a sustainiac with both units.
Yeah, I just never have used one. Maybe once, Kurt, once we get the live stream working better, I don't know if you have a camera, but eventually what I would like to do is have people come in and join the live stream. So I know Devastator and Jerry, we've had one meeting on Skype, which is now becoming Teams, and we've discussed Discord and some other things, either doing Teams or Discord. That's going to be the next step for the channel. I would like people to be able to come in and join in on the stream. So if you have one and you have a camera, well, I would have no issues bringing you on. You can show us how it works. That would be the point of it, to have guests come in and be able to interact that way with the chat and the group, and people can start putting a face with the name. I think that would be super cool. We're not there yet. I do try to make little improvements each week. That was my promise to you guys, that I would try to make little improvements each week. I think the audio quality has gotten a lot better. If you go back and watch the first stream this channel did, it was actually the second stream. We did a live stream on the Latitude guitar. That really wasn't a stream. That was just me ranting on really how bad the fit and finish was on that guitar. It was horrible. But our first live stream was probably about 2.5 months ago, maybe 3 months ago at this point. Listen to the audio quality and listen to the audio quality we're getting now. So much better. And I actually had the microphone down here using the wrong mic. It was turned the wrong direction. Now the microphone is literally, you guys see that? It's literally right there. You can barely see the microphone right there in your screen. And if I touch it just a little bit, there it is. And if I push up, I'm trying to keep it just out of view, and it seems to be doing a good job. According to I was getting ready to say VU meter, but according to my little meter on OBS, we're hitting dead center of the yellow. So I am not clipping in the red. It says that I'm shooting at about -12. Okay. And that seems to be decent. I've tried to get it set at -20 to where it just barely clipped the yellow. And I went back and listened to the streams, and it just sounded like there wasn't enough power behind the mic. And the commercials would cut on. The commercials were so much louder than the stream. So then I overdid it, and I was overgaining the mic. So I believe this is a good setting for the equipment that I have. And looking over at my 286, now, unless I talk really loud, it's not doing much. It really isn't doing much. I'm barely getting the de-esser light when I speak. So it's pretty much there, but it's not there, if that makes sense. So hopefully that's gotten better. I've tried to get the lighting in the room a little better. And again, for me, it's kind of dark in here. Looking at the screen, it looks like it's really bright in here, but in reality, it really isn't. The camera almost auto adjusts the lighting. And what I find, if I make it too bright back here, the forward part on me goes dark. So I've found that this is kind of the sweet spot for the equipment that I have. And yeah.
Kurt says he has a professional camera set up. He uses OBS, Discord, and Skype, which, now Teams.
Well, Kurt, we're always up for learning. Everyone knows I'm using the Mevos. And the issue I have with the Mevos are, they say it doesn't work this way, but from what I've been able to get work, I'm going to say it does work this way. One of my Mevos is hardwired, and the other Mevo, which is this one, is connected wirelessly. Now, the issue is on the app through your phone, you can have all three Mevos working, and the app will just click, 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 click. Getting OBS to see it doesn't work. So I have the Mevo app for computer loaded. Now, the app will find all the cameras. It finds the wired one and both wireless cameras. As soon as I go to OBS, OBS sees wireless Mevo. It doesn't see wireless Mevo 1 or 2 or the model number of the Mevo. It only sees one or can detect one. Once you click on that wireless Mevo, it will not recognize another one. It doesn't matter what you do. So I'm kind of stuck. I don't think the image quality is too bad, but the Mevos are definitely not a, we'll say, super professional camera. I do think they're good bang for the buck cameras. I got 3 of them because I was told all 3 would work together. And the best I've been able to do so far is 2. I did try the GoPros for live, and there seems to be a lot of legacy. The GoPro was more of an action camera for moving and recording. I don't think it's too good for doing live streams.
Kurt says he uses Canon EOS 6.
Yeah, all the Canon stuff's nice. The question is, Kurt, by the time you buy the camera and the lens, what's the cost? And if I'm going to upgrade, I would want to be able to put time code on one of the audio tracks in the camera. And if I couldn't use time code that way, I don't think I want to mess with the camera, because the next logical step for me would to be use time code. That way I can use a separate recorder and do high-end recording of the demos, and then be able to sync using time code the audio and the video file.
He said he did World of Warcraft guild videos with his kids and their friends.
Yeah, I don't know, Kurt, if it's capable or if it already has a time clock in it. If it doesn't, then am I able to split the audio track in the Canon and put time code on the left channel and then regular standard room audio on the right, so I can block sync it and time sync it? That's kind of the question. And I am working on it. I had planned on taking my, I guess you call it Motul MIDI sequencer, and I planned on putting up here in the rack and trying to get some of my MIDI stuff up and running again. And I just haven't done it. And it's not going to be for a while, because right now I've got Jupe's guitar downstairs that we're getting ready to start doing fret leveling on. I have the guitar right here that needs to be reviewed. And then I have a ton of work for my other job. So me being able to set a couple nights aside to work on world clocks and do recording, I don't think it's going to happen this week or the following week.
He said Canon costs around $2,000 and has no mic.
Yeah, I didn't figure the Canon would have a mic, but I'm sure it's probably a tip ring sleeve input, or does it not record audio whatsoever? It has to have some type of audio recording, to my knowledge, to put some type of time code on it, unless you can put time code in frame. Now you're talking over my head. I don't know if you can use time code, if you can put time signature code in your frame rate. I'm pretty sure that runs on either the left or right audio. I'm not sure on that, guys.
Jerry wants to know if you tried the 2-device method for all 3 cameras that he sent you a video on Teams.
I did, and I end up with the exact same thing. It's probably not. It's got to be something in OBS, Jerry, that's not allowing me to do two Wi-Fi devices or two, Wi-Fi devices or wireless devices. And it won't, I can probably do it through wired because I do have my really, really cheap Logitech. It's a built-in mic webcam thing that just clips on the monitor. It sees that camera hardwired and it sees the Mevo hardwired. I might be able to get another Mevo cable, okay, and hardwire another Mevo and get it. I have not tried that yet. I've only tried to connect two wireless Mevos. So maybe I should try hardwiring another Mevo through the app and then seeing if OBS sees it. It's not a problem of it seeing it. The computer sees them. The computer sees all three Mevos. The problem is OBS doesn't see the nothing to distinguish the hardwired, not the hardwired, distinguish the two wireless cameras. Now what I found is when the screen is red around OBS and you're in properties, if you click on the other Mevo, that one becomes predominant. It'll switch to the other Mevo. The problem is if I add another Mevo and I'm in the red and I do it, it just doesn't do anything. As soon as I click on the other Mevo, they go to the other Mevo. Then it's kind of hard to explain. Once you click on one, the other one becomes non-clickable. It shows it, but you can click on it, but it won't do anything. It's like you're clicking on it, but it doesn't allow you to engage that particular camera.
Kurt says it has a small mic, but he doesn't use it.
Yeah, we've thought about it, Kurt, but I that's something else. Now that brings up something else. I have thought, now, before I get too far off on a tangent, the main reason I have not upgraded cameras are I think my video that I do, the videos, I believe the picture is good enough. This is a small channel. We're just a fraction under 2,000 subscribers. And I thought about doing a live stream one day and just saying, I'm going to live stream for 20 straight hours until we hit 2,000 subs. Just, if you guys want me off YouTube, just hit the subscribe button. When I hit 2,000 subs, I'll sign off. But until then, your computer's going to pound you saying I'm live. I thought about doing that. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. But my point is, with 2,000 subscribers, I think the quality of the video is okay. I'm doing 30 frames per second, 1080p, actually 4K is what I'm recording at. It's actually not 4K, it's actually 23 something. It's in between 1080p and 4K is what I'm recording at 30 frames a second. And what most people say on YouTube, 24 frames per second is all you need at 23 something, whatever that center position between 1080p and 4K is. They claim that's all you need. So that becomes, how well does the camera translate the image to binary code? I think my GoPros do okay. Maybe as the channel grows, it'll need to get better. But when I do that investment, like you just said, the camera's $2,000. I got to get a camera, then I need to get a field recorder, and I need to get the Mayato will do master clock, okay? My MIDI sequencer, it does have a master clock. I just don't know if it'll work with video devices, if that makes sense. That's why if the video device has a right and left audio channel, I'm pretty sure I could send a master clock signal from the Mayato to the camera and record a time sync code to that. Now, granted, I have never done it. I don't know. Then I can also send that same sync to my field recorder, which would have 4 tracks. So track 1 would be my sync code, and then track 2 and track 3 would be left and right if I was doing stereo. You only need 4 tracks. Well, actually, I only need 3 tracks. But 4 tracks would get me by. And then when I uploaded to my video editor, I could go into time sync and it would read the time syncs between the audio and all my cameras. Okay? If as long as I'm sending that code to that camera, each camera, whether it's 3, 4 cameras, it would save me so much time. Right now, I'm manually syncing everything. When I manually sync, I'm usually good for 20 minutes. Okay? If I go out 20 minutes, we're not even talking 1 frame. Okay, well, yeah, it might go out 1 frame. So I'm recording at 30 frames per second. So that's telling you if I'm out 1 frame in 20 or 30 minutes, that's how far the recording drift is between cameras that I'm using. So I don't think that's too bad. And sometimes I don't even mess with it. If I'm at 20 minutes, it really doesn't make any sense for me to go, oh, I'm going to adjust back 1 frame and resync the camera. Because at that point, it's so minute, I don't think anyone's hearing it anyway. Maybe if I did 1 solid take for an hour and a half, then yeah, after 20 minutes, if I did 1 frame, then 40 minutes to another frame, then, you see what I mean? I could keep it in sync. But doing sync code, it would do it automatically. As I edited, every video would stay in perfect sync. The audio and everything would stay. And you guys have watched the channel. You've heard mistakes that I've made because my computer's not strong enough to do all the editing. So it'll lag and drop. And then I go back and listen to it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's like an echo going on, or this camera dropped off. These are all sync issues. I think I do pretty good for the amount of subscribers I have. When I started, guys, I had a GoPro 8. That's it. That's all I had was a GoPro 8. My very first video, all the audio you hear, all the video you hear is GoPro 8. I didn't have any lights whatsoever. No lights. I had to do it in sunlight with the light on in here to do the best I could.
Jerry wants to know if it's break time yet.
Oh, you're tired of hearing me talk, Jerry. Okay.
He said he needs refreshments.
Oh, Jerry needs to go open up another 40. Now, if you're going to do it right, Jerry, you need a 40. These 12-ounce little cans, they don't cut it. You gotta get a big 40. All right, guys. So my moderators have told me it's break time. So we are going to switch over to the break window. Let me minimize this out here and let me see which break window we want to use. We're going to try, which one do we want to try? We're going to try this one, guys. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. You guys go get some refreshments, get some chips, use the restroom, and we'll be back in 5. Okay, guys. Hopefully everyone got their refreshments. I think mine is being stirred right now. I'm pretty sure I hear the little spoon twirling around the coffee cup. Of course, it's not coffee. I'm doing hot chocolate, guys. Everyone knows that I like hot chocolate. So I'm hearing the spoon rattle around, so I think it's pretty well done. Anyway, getting back. Oh, by the way, this break was brought to you by Jerry because he needed refreshments. Actually, I completely forgot, guys. We got out on a tangent, and that's what it's about. We get in here and we start talking, we lose track of time, and I didn't even realize that we had been on for an hour and 45 minutes. That's what it should be. I mean, that means we're rolling through it, talking, having fun. Time just completely escaped me. I lost track of it.
Devastator gave you a super chat.
Oh my gosh, Devastator. Well, I was waiting for the first person to do it to go over how we're going to approach super chats. Thank you very much, Devastator. Now, so everyone knows YouTube takes about 25 or 30% of super chats. Since I don't use Patreon, I don't have all that stuff, and guys, I don't want to sit here and go, we're going to make tiers, and if you do this tier, you're going to have access to this. If you do this tier, you're going to have access to that. Guys, I work just like you guys. I service guitars, on the side. I have a main job, then I service guitars. Those are the things that I do to make a living. That's how I make a living. I do not make a living on YouTube. I don't. We've went over this. It's like beating a dead horse. I don't want to get to the point where a guitar company sends me a product and I am forced to say X, or I've got to say X, or I'm in a position to where, well, I don't want to say anything bad about this product because Sweetwater sent it to me. And if I say something bad about it, Sweetwater's going to go, well, we're not going to send him any more products. He just killed us selling this product. Why would we sell any? I don't want to ever get in that position. So that's what's nice about what's sitting right there, guys. I did not have to buy the instrument. Shenandoah is allowing me to do what I want to do for the guitar. Now, I'm going to call them this week and I'm going to see, can we work out something for the viewers, since I'm kind of doing it for free for them. If I take this guitar and review it, I talk to them, I'm going to do a light setup on it. Okay, when I say light, I'm just going to check the springs on the bridge. I did notice the bridge was a little from the factory, okay, but the action height is right. But I feel the bridge needs to come back a little bit, so I'm going to set the action height on the guitar. I'm going to get the tremolo to where it feels nice and smooth, but we are not going to adjust the frets. I am not going to adjust the nut. I might hydrate the neck, okay? Hydrate the neck and give it a good setup. Okay, and I'm going to return the guitar back to Shenandoah. I have not asked them, but what I would like to do, now I know most of you guys don't live near me, so it's kind of hard for you guys, well, I want that guitar. I'm going to call Shenandoah and see if I can purchase that guitar and they'll send it to me. If you do that, odds are, guys, you're going to end up paying more money for it. Sweetwater's going to do, free shipping. But I wanted to see if they called, if one of you guys called, would they work something out for you? They have not said that they would do that, okay? All I'm saying is I have found someone that will give me a guitar every now and then and do honest reviews. And I don't have to do anything other than to say, hey, Shenandoah's giving me this guitar to review, and my opinion is my own. It's not my guitar. I'm not going to resell the guitar. It's going to go back to Shenandoah. Maybe throw them a bone, and if you live local, definitely buy from Shenandoah because it's your local store, if that kind of makes sense. Now, moving on to why I think that is important along with the super chat. Okay. What I want to do with the super chats, everyone knows I buy every guitar that's on this channel with my own money. I, in turn, always set up the guitar. Okay. If someone's purchasing a guitar, like Jupe's buying the white guitar, okay, I have the box right there. Okay, we're going to put it back in the box. I'm going to measure the box. I'm going to get online and we're going to find out what the shipping is. Now, before I send it to Jupe, my next email to him will be, do you want me to do anything to the guitar? Okay, do you want me to check the action? Right now it still has the factory Firefly strings. Everyone knows how I feel about factory Firefly strings. They're not very good. The guitar still plays awesome. I mean, I just played it last stream. It's an awesome playing guitar. But before I send it to him, I'm going to ask him, do you want me to put some strings on it? I'll do some strings, double check everything. Just make sure it's 100% before I send it to you. It has nothing to do, that's something I've always done with every instrument that I buy and goes out. I try to do something to show, hey, thank you for supporting the channel. Just rolling that money through and allowing me to free up my money back on another instrument grows the channel.
Devastator wants to know if the guitar that you're going to review, if it was made in Vietnam.
I'll get back. Linnell, remind me of that question, and I'll open up the top and look at the back of the headstock so they can't see it, see what it is, and I'll see if the guitar, I'm not sure if it's Vietnam or not. It's either Vietnam, Indonesia, China, or India. I think. Yeah. Probably one of those four places would be my guess where it's made. I know it's not made in America, and I know it's not made in Japan.
You want me to bring it out here and look at it?
Yeah, if you want to take it in there and see if it says anything on the back. Linnell's going to take it in there and see if it says anything on the back. But super chats. And before I take credit on this, I am not going to take credit for it. Everyone knows that I like to support small YouTube channels, okay? I've told you all about Birdman's channel. I've told you about Honeytap's channel. I've told you about Lester's channel. Everyone does something different. That doesn't mean that every channel is for everybody. But I want to give credit where credit is due.
It was made in Indonesia.
This particular guitar, she says, is made in Indonesia. So it is not Vietnam. It is made in Indonesia.
Do you want to know where it's designed in?
Now, I'm pretty sure, now this Kramer doesn't say it, but I'm pretty sure that this Kramer is made in Indonesia. Inspected QC50. I think Kramers are made in Indonesia. I thought that one would say it. It's probably designed in the USA, right?
You want to know what state?
Well, telling them the state may give too much away.
Okay.
But it is designed in the United States.
But made in Indonesia.
But made in Indonesia. Yeah, I think, personally, I'll be honest, if I didn't already have another guitar on layaway there, I'd probably buy it. But we're trying to get through. There's a difference, guys. I buy guitars for me, okay? Hey, Mr. Ted's on. Everyone put together for Ted. I buy guitars for me, okay? This purchase was for me, okay? Now, granted, we did review it, but I like Stratocasters. Everybody knows I like but remember, I just played that Stratocaster. What did I do? I hit the darn volume knob, and as I was playing it, the game was going down. It's not the guitar's fault. It's this guy right here. I'm at fault. I have a certain playing style, and that playing style doesn't align with the placement of a volume knob on a standard Strat. This guitar has tele electronics in it, and I don't hit the volume knob. And I like it. This little metal piece here gives this first pickup a different sound. I can still get the Strat sound here and here, and then it gives me a little bit of both worlds. So this was a purchase for me.
Jerry said.
Okay. So when I buy guitars for the channel, they're set up or sold as is if that's what they want, or I set them up and send them out. Or there's several people in the chat have purchased guitars from this channel, and again, I want to thank them. If you've given the channel a super chat, you've bought an instrument from the channel, that's supporting the channel. That's allowing me to get another guitar in, and hopefully the next guitar will be something like this, maybe a Squire, and someone will go, I don't know this channel, but they're reviewing something I'm interested in. I'm going to check it out. And maybe they'll discover the channel for the first time. I try to do good reviews and honest reviews. And I think the more I do, if I keep pushing through, eventually people will start to see that the channel offers more than the other channels. I'm not trying to compete with other channels. I want to do what I've been doing for the last 2 years. An in-depth, honest review of instruments. It's not my place to tell you whether or not the guitar is worth it. I think I do. I'm not going to say everyone's biased. I guess that's the best way. I mean, I do say, I kind of like this guitar, or I think it's a good bang for the buck. But I try to give you all the specs, and I try to give you a bunch of different sounds. That way, you can make the determination, yeah, I think that guitar is worth $200. Yeah, I think that guitar is worth $600. Yeah, I think that guitar is worth $1,200. And then the comment section down below, I really need people to comment. Yes, I own that guitar. You're spot on. That's exactly how mine come. Or, I don't care. I'm reviewing one guitar. Maybe I got a good one. Maybe I got a bad one. If I got a bad one, everyone needs to post. I bought that guitar and it's awesome. That's what it's about, information. That's why I say when people join the chat and we're talking and I'm wrong, just like when we reviewed the Jackson over here. I didn't have the right scale length, so I assumed it was 21 point or 25.1. Someone in the chat saying, "Oh no, he's wrong. I was wrong. So I got a tape out when it was brought to my attention. I'm like, how can I check this? Okay, since it doesn't fit my scale. And then my little squirrel brain goes, oh, I can do it the old school way. I'm just going to put a tape on it here and we're going to measure the scale length. Come to find out, the person was right. It was a 26.5 scale length. I'm not perfect, and I depend on you guys to keep me straight. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's how we learn, If I was doing a long video on it, I would have went downstairs and I would have grabbed my 25.1 PRS scale length. I would have put that on the guitar and I would have like, well, this don't fit either. And then it would have clicked. And you guys wouldn't have seen any of that because that would have been on the editing floor and the actual edited video would have went out and I would have said, yes, the scale length is this, and I would have used a tape measure. But I would have recorded everything that you saw in the live, but then realized, oh, it's not working. So, if that makes sense.
Jerry said, he said, honestly, it may possibly help that music store, he's talking about Shendo Music, if they listed what they have for sale online. It's just the way the world's going. He's been to their website. He said it was a turnoff for them, which they don't. They don't list them.
Shenandoah does not. Like I said, guys, it is a small mom and pop store. Okay. Do they need a better website? Yes. And I'm first one. Let me put this guitar back up. We keep going off on a tangent. Remember, we're going to talk about their website. Now, Devastator give me a super chat, and I want to go over super chats. And the reason I was bringing up other YouTube channels, I always try to give props to YouTube channels. like I said, Ted's on. I've told you all to check out Ted's channel. I think Ted, out of all the channels that I've talked about, I like Ted's channel. I believe that he's got a niche and he's figuring it out. I like Ted's channel. I like Lester Mitchell's channel. Now, Lester is no longer really doing the things that I really liked. He used to get on there and he would show you a lot of things. And I was just watching his live stream the other night and he didn't even play the guitar. And the reason for it is he has to make a living selling lessons. Does that make sense? So it's not a good business model for Lester to get on and teach you how to play and give you free music lessons. I think he does need to do a little bit of that. That way you will give, he's only charging, what is it, $25 for an hour? That is cheap, guys.
Yeah, it was $100.
It was $100 a month. You get 4 lessons. And I'm not getting anything. Lester's not paying me a penny to say this. The dude's an awesome guitar player. He knows music theory, and he's got good dexterity. He can tell you how to bridge notes and good dexterity, but he'll show you, well, if you can't play this note, you can play the same note here or there, and why certain things work. I $25 for an hour in music lessons. I paid $25 for music lessons when I was 16, 15. My mother paid for it, and it was 30 minutes. And I'd sit there and I'd scratch my head. I'd get home. I would remember this much. Well, you're doing a live stream. You can use OBS and hit record. Okay, you can go back and watch that guitar review. That guitar lesson over and over and over again. You've paid him $25. So I get why Lester's kind of changing things, because that's how he makes a living. The man does music lessons for a living. He got, let's just say, semi-screwed from his local music store that he was a teacher and they were taking a tremendous amount of the money. The music store was charging X for lessons and then giving Lester a percentage. And he said he was just working all day long. In 30 minutes, the kid would come in, and by the time they got settled in, it's like, okay, you got to go, next. And they were just rolling them through like cattle. And he said that he just didn't feel that he was doing justice. And that's kind of how I feel. When I do a review, I want to do justice to the review. What I do is not a good business model. That brings us back full circle on the super chat. I want to take all the super chat money. Okay? When you guys donate a super chat, it is not going to go to me. It's going to go to the fund for the next guitar purchase for this channel. Okay? That's everything that I've put into YouTube. I think we calculated it the other day. What we were at, like $13,000?
Yeah,
About $13,000 in guitars. Okay? I have not made all that money back whatsoever. Some of the guitars I sold, one of the Fireflies at over less than 50% because the body was damaged. I didn't send it back. I just sold it as is to a subscriber. It had a crack in it. It was a Telecaster. I did a short video on it as Fireflies, quality going down. Opened up the box, there's a big split through the seam of the body. Instead of sending it back, I found someone that bought the guitar for like, I think it was like $100. Maybe it was $80. It was really cheap. A brand new guitar. He didn't mind the crack. Okay. But putting the super chat money towards that, and I can make a list, okay, and I can put it in the post section of the channel of what I actually get from YouTube. Now, Devastator, I think, just did what, $5? Is that what it was? So out of that $5, I'll probably get $4. So don't freak out if you go to the post things. Well, I donated $20 and he's showing 15. I got to look at it as how much that I receive. So I'm going to put the receive amount in a post, and we're going to keep a running track. And that's what we're going to use to buy instruments. And when that amount gets to, let's say, $250 or $300, I can start a poll and say, this is the super chat fund. We're at $250. Do we want to review a $250 guitar? If so, name some. Or do we want to hold and get something more expensive? So that's how I'm going to approach super chats from now on. And hopefully, this review behind me will work out. And the other type guitars we can review and return back to the store. And that'll give us a good base.
Jerry said it wasn't a super chat, but he holds the title of being the first to show the channel some love.
I don't know. Jerry, I'm pretty sure, didn't you do a super chat or something a long, long time ago?
I think he was the first one to do anything, I believe.
I'm pretty sure Jerry was the first person to give this channel a penny. I'm pretty sure it was several months ago. I could be completely wrong, but I think it was Jerry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was the first one.
I'm pretty sure Jerry was the first person to come forward and give the channel a little love. Yeah, he says yeah.
Devastator said it's not a competition, Jerry. Why can't we be friends?
Wow. Now you two boys play nice together. But if everyone agrees with that, I think that's how I'm going to handle super chats from now on. We don't get many of them, but I thought about at the beginning of the stream trying to figure out a way that I can have OBS maybe right here, put something up. Any super chat given to the channel during the live stream will go into a kitty to purchase the next guitar or piece of gear to review. And then that also opens up, since the members bought the guitar, then we could also raffle it off or just give it away. Because at that point, you guys have the skin in the game. Does that kind of make sense? It's your all's money. So we could leave it up to you all on how we would turn the guitar over. Now, I could turn it over and put the money back in the pot. And as super chats go up and we return that money back in the pot, it goes up and we can get more expensive guitars. But keep in mind, the higher the cost of the instrument, the more we lose when we flip it, if that makes sense. But it's completely up to you guys. We could do a $300 guitar and then do a giveaway to a subscriber, since the subscribers are the one that bought the guitar in the first place, or we can put the money back in the pot and roll it over into the next guitar. If you guys are cool with that, I think that's the way we should do it. And that still puts me at not, this is something I do because I enjoy music and I enjoy talking to other musicians. So it's not about me making a living. That's why I'm going back to, I don't want manufacturers bringing me, I don't want to make a living doing this, because if I have to make a living doing it and depending on it, I believe that's going to skew. As honest as I am, eventually, if you become dependent on it, you will become biased. And I don't want that to ever happen, if that makes sense, guys. So I think that's a good way of having money come through the channel, and the money is shown on the post on what you guys are doing, and it keeps everything honest and open, and it keeps the channel owned by you guys, if that makes sense. The people that contribute, the people that come here and chat. That's kind of what I'm thinking, if that makes sense. I got to look at the chat, but if you all think that that's a cool idea, I think that's the way we should do it.
Jerry said you better get 20 channels.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I don't plan on doing it, guys. I have a really good job, and my second job of working on guitars is a good job too. I love doing it. I love meeting the people that play the instruments. I like handing the guitar to them and talking to them when they drop the guitar off, finding out more about them, what they play, what they like, their experiences. That's like coming in here. It's the exact same thing. I get to hear someone's completely different view on an instrument. Sometimes they drop off stuff. It's like, wow, I've never seen one of these, or wow, I've never had the opportunity to play it, or I heard these suck, and then you pick it up. It's like, well, this guitar doesn't suck. Why does everyone think this guitar sucks? So it really opens a lot of doors to instruments that I would have probably never picked up. And the older I get, the more I've noticed I keep opening new doors. And now there's guitars 30 years ago, I was like, oh, I'll never play something like that. Now I look at it and go, wow, that's a really cool instrument. And I wish I would have been that way 25, 30 years ago. I missed out on so many cool things just because it was one was a Telly. I remember people, you should buy a Telly. They're great guitars. I'm like, I don't want a Telecaster. I don't play country, And I missed out on the whole feel and the sound of a Telecaster. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. And I play hair music, but I still like the sound and the playability and the utilitarianism, if that's a word, utilitarianism, of the Telecaster. It's a basic slab guitar that just kicks butt, in my opinion. But if you would have said something to me 30, oh, I'm not buying a Telecaster. Why would I buy a Telecaster? Now I think they're great. I think it's a great guitar. Fender Stratocaster, even at that rate. Why would I buy a Fender? I'm playing a Super Strat, which is, well, it's a Super Strat. It's going to be better than a standard Strat. This is a Super Strat. That means it's super better than your Strat. And that's how I thought. And nothing sounds like a Fender Strat but a Fender Strat.
Kurt said,
that's why it's a Fender Strat.
Kurt said he's never done a super chat, but he's willing to add to the funds.
What's this, son?
Kurt said he's never done a super chat, but he's willing to add to the funds.
Yeah, you guys do what you're comfortable with. If you don't have it, you don't have it. If you want to join and you want to do it, then great. What I'm saying is that's how I'm going to approach it. When Super Trats come in, we're going to put it on the post page. I got to figure out a way of actually sharing it better, because if I put it on the post page, you would have to go back and look at the last post showing the amount. So I don't know if there's a page on YouTube that would follow that I can make accessible, or if it's something that I would have to repost each week. And if we don't get a super chat each week, it wouldn't really make too much sense on me updating it. But there's got to be a way that I can make that a running total that you guys can keep track of, if that makes sense. And we're talking to Devastator and Jerry. We're looking into doing some type of Discord or some type of Teams chat. And we might be able to get that to load on that, where you can go there and look at it, if that makes sense. But starting tonight, that whatever's left of that $5 after YouTube takes their cut is going to go into the kitty. So that's going to be the first kitty fund for reviewing stuff. I think that works. I believe so, Kurt and Scale. I was looking at Ted's comment. So hopefully everyone's cool with that. If someone has a better suggestion, I am all ears on whatever suggestion you guys have. But I think that's a cool suggestion, and then that allows you guys to have more control on what the channel's doing. And I do believe that this is going to help me as far as Shenandoah and doing the guitars. Now back to Shenandoah's website. Remember, guys, Shenandoah, they're a small, they're just one store, and it's 2 owners. Doing web page development, oh my gosh, Ted just did $10. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ted. That goes in the fund as well. So Shenandoah is a small company. Now, if you're going to do a website like Sweetwater and stuff, guys, you got to remember they're turning a lot of profit. They have a whole IT department that works for them that keeps up with that. At Shenandoah, what do you say? There's probably 4 employees with the 2 owners.
Oh, yeah, that's about it.
So they got the 2 owners and 2 employees, and that's it. So everything that comes in on the receiving, they have to look at the bill of lading, put that in inventory, unbox it, make sure it's right, get it on the floor, doing all the accounting, all the, oh, we're short on this, I got to order from Fender, I got to order from this company. So there's 4 people pretty much doing that whole load. I think they really need to do that. Okay, at least go over the inventory they have and make it more accessible for the people local, if that makes sense. And I agree. We've sat in here. They do little Facebook skits. They're on Facebook, and they're trying to be more to engage more, interact, I guess, with their customers. I think they just need more manpower. And of course, when you have more manpower, you have to make more money so you can pay for that other person to do a web page or have someone host it. Then you got to have someone maintain it. That's the thing. Once you do the initial cost of the web page, now you got to maintain it. You're constantly rolling inventory over. The last thing you want is to have something on your web page. Let's say they've got this guitar on their web page, okay? Well, it's also on the floor, okay? So let's pretend someone's in the store right now and they're playing this guitar, okay? Well, someone's also on the website looking at this guitar. Could it happen? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. It could happen. Maybe the guy on the website is hitting buy now right as the guy at the store's got this thing up on the counter. Oh my gosh, Kurt, give me $20. Okay, someone's starting a war in the super chats. Thank you so much, guys.
Ted said, "Do what is easy for you on the posting of amounts, etc. We trust you."
Yep. Yeah, I think that would work. So let's pretend the guy on the website hit buy now, and this guitar just happened to go on the site, and their website isn't interlinked with their software in the store. Guys, that costs money. If you have a website, an active website that shows inventory, and you have to make that work with the software in your store and your inventory, that can cause a lot of problems. And if you're not keeping up with that, the poor guy that just put this on the counter, when he goes up, might go, well, I'm sorry, I know you just played it, but someone just bought this guitar a minute ago. So it could be something as simple as that. They just can't afford to have the integration from website sales to store sales. Now, the only other way of fixing that would be they would have their in-store inventory and then their online inventory. And everyone's going to say, well, that's great. Well, remember, this isn't Sweetwater. This is a mom and pop store. So they probably already have, I don't know, I would venture to say, I mean, they've got sound reinforcement, mixers, microphones, drums, horns, flutes, keyboards, guitars, basses, everything in this store. I don't know how much money that would be, but that's a tremendous amount of money just sitting on the floor. Plus, in the back, they have a storage room with product. So what they could probably do is only put what's in their storage room up for sale. For them to turn around and buy a whole store of inventory, everything that's on their store, and at least have 2 or 3 of them, that way they could put that stuff up on an online. That's a tremendous amount of money to front for a store. And remember, guys, we're not talking about a business that has a high mark. In business, a 30% mark, that's not much to run a business on. Yeah, I'm the first one to say sometimes things get expensive. I get it. But remember, as a retailer, you have to buy that product and then you have to sell it. So if you've got $1,000 guitar, you're going to make $1,300, give or take, without sale. So you're going to make $300. Well, you had to front that $1,000, okay, and it had to sit in the store for a month, maybe 2 months to make $300. and now you got to pay commission to your salespeople. If the two owners didn't sell it, the other two people that work there, I'm sure they get commission. Okay, then you got electric bill, store rent. You know, let's say you sell two guitars a day. Okay, they made $600 on a $1,300 guitar. At $600, can you pay your store rent, the electricity bill, pay your employees, you do your taxes? It gets really scary really, really fast when you have a 30% mark on anything. It's hard to do. And I believe that's why you're starting to see these smaller stores disappear. More online retailers sell more product. You know, they're doing quantity. That's how they're making their money. And I'm not saying one thing or the other, guys. I'm just saying that would be why it's like that. But again, they have given this channel the opportunity to review a guitar without Avery having to front the money. And this is going to be the first time the channel's ever done something like this. So as far as YouTube's concerned, I don't know if I need to click the little box that it's not technically paid, but they are giving me the instrument to review, but I have to return it. So I still don't think it's a paid review. I know YouTube's a little funny on that. So I'm not going to click the box because, one, I didn't buy it. They're not letting me have it. I've got to return it. And they've also said that I could say anything I want. They're just letting me borrow the guitar for a week to do a review on the guitar.
They don't have to go that far. They can just list what they have and the price and the phone number.
Yep. Yeah, they need to do something. I 100% agree with you. But I think you're going to see that in a lot of small mom and pop stores. And I consider them a mom and pop store. But I also consider them friends. And I'm not saying go out and support Shenandoah. You guys are far from them. But if you're local, so whatever local store you have, give them the opportunity to earn your business, if that makes sense. If that's a Guitar Center and that's all you have, then give Guitar Center your love. Because when you need a cable or a set of strings, or you just want to pick that guitar up and play it in person, that's the only place you have to go.
Kurt said most stores make more money on smaller items like strings and etc.
Yeah, accessories is where it's at. Now, something most people don't know is, let's say you bring in Fender, okay? Fender has Fender, Squier, EVH, and probably a couple other brands. I believe Fender owns Charvel now. And just because you bring Fender in doesn't mean that you can bring Charvel in. Doesn't mean that you can bring in EVH. If you're a Fender dealer, that means you're buying into Fender. Okay? That doesn't give you Squier either. So each one of these names, they have a buy-in amount. You have to buy $50,000 worth of merchandise a year to sell X. From what I understand, Gibson's the worst. Gibson has a tremendously high buy-in, and you've got to buy, it's a lot of Gibson product. This is not including merch. Okay, now there's a trick on the merch too. If, let's say Fender has a 50,000 buy-in. Well, I want to sell Squier too. Well, maybe Squier has a, let's say, $25,000 buy-in. You got to buy X of that, 25 every year to carry it. Well, right there you're at 75,000. Well, you only have Fender and Squier. So let's say you want to bring in Gretsch. Gretsch is going to have a buy-in. LTD is going to have a buy-in. Back to what I jumped. Fender owns EVH. Okay? Well, when you take on Fender, you still can't do EVH. Even though it's owned by Fender, they're going to have a buy-in at EVH, if that makes sense. Now, to do Fender requires you to sell X amount of product and merchandise. That means t-shirts, hats, strings. Notice I wear this hat. That's where it come from. Why did I pay $30 for a hat? Because they have to sell X of merch of Fender to carry Fender products. If they don't, it doesn't matter if they met the buy-in on that particular product line. If they didn't sell enough merch that Fender says they have to sell, they lose that product line. So it's like a double-edged sword. So these small music stores, they struggle. People go in, well, they don't carry any brands I like. That's probably because of the buy-in. And my local store has E2 and LTD. I have not seen ESP. Everyone goes, oh, it's the same brand. Might be. But they have buy-ins on each one. So I know they have a buy-in on E2. I know they have a buy-in on LTD. I know they have the buy-in on Gretsch. I know they have the buy-in on Schecter. I know they have the buy-in on Fender. I know they have the buy-in on Squier. Okay? They have the buy-in on Jackson. Well, let's just say every one of those has, let's say, something cheap, $40,000 buy-in. Well, that's a tremendous amount of money for a small shop. And that's just guitars. That's not the amps. That's not, their sound reinforcement like Mackie. They carry Mackie. I'm sure Mackie has a buy-in. Okay? All the drum sections, you got Yamaha. They carry Yamaha guitars too. Now, something I don't know, if you buy into Yamaha, does that cover their percussion, their drums, their keyboards, and their guitars? Or is it an X amount of buy-in for the guitar, X amount of buy-in for the keyboard, and X for the drums? I can't answer that. But I know that dollar amount really starts to creep up on these small stores. And they're forced to do it. If they don't meet it, they can't sell that product. So my local store actually has quite a bit of brand names for a small store. They're competing against a very large entity, Sweetwater, Guitar Center. That's why I try to give them as much love as I can. I'll be honest with you, I don't see how they do it. The business has been there a long time, but I'm going to support them. Just like what you guys have done to me tonight. You're showing support to this small little fish. So I try to return the favor to them, if that makes sense. And if you didn't know, that's pretty much how it works. There are buy-ins on this stuff. And if they don't meet that, guys, these small mom and pop stores, they can't do it. That's why when you walk in, they might have one name brand and some brand you've never heard of. Okay? Because they're not selling enough product to buy into it. And even if they did this year, they've got to sell that stuff. If not, then they can't go on the next year. And if they want to sell two brands, that's twice as much buy-in. So, I'll bring it to their attention. Everything that you guys have said is 100% spot on. So I will go to the owners and say, look, from what I've read and talking in the live streams, these are the things that you need to do. Your potential customers say it would be nice if you did X. Do these things so we can see what you offer. Like I said, I didn't know. This rack I bought, I had it on the list on Amazon. It was more. It was like $47.50 or something on Amazon for a 4U. I walked in the store and got a 6U for $34. But I had to drive there. I couldn't go to their website and go, they've got it, I'm going to buy it. I had to go there. So, but I did hold the order on Amazon until I physically went to the store. Is that convenient? No, it is not convenient. But keep in mind, if they did that website and added that convenience, that's going to cost them money. So maybe this rack wouldn't have been $34. Maybe it would have been $40. I don't know. I don't know what it would cost and how much those guys need to make to keep the store up and running. But I know everything you add to it costs a little money. So you have to sell more product.
Jerry said, spoiler alert, he's going to spend y'all's money on Gorilla Glue. I'm not saying he sniffs it, but he likes the smell.
Look, guys, for once, no Gorilla Glue on my hands. See? Now, I did work with Gorilla Glue on Friday, and the guy I worked with, he come over and he slapped 2 rubber gloves down on the work table. He said, put these on. And I'm like, what do I want those for? He goes, you're always working with Gorilla Glue. You get it all over everything. It's all over your hands. It's all over your clothes. At least put some damn latex gloves on. And I sat there and I put them on. I said, Doctor, you remember that movie? What, I forget what it was, where they're getting ready to operate on the guy. Goes, Doctor. That's what I was hearing in my head. I was like, smack. I'm like, time for a proctology exam. That's what I was going to do. As I smacked them on my hands, I'm like, okay, now I'm ready to get my hands dirty in Gorilla Glue. But no Gorilla Glue on my hands, guys. I found the use of latex gloves. That's just an inside joke, guys. If you're not used to the channel, I always have Gorilla Glue on my hands from working that darn stuff.
Devastator said we'll know if his hands are discolored. The movie was Spies Like Us.
Yes, Spies Like Us. Doctor. It was so funny when they're in there. Yep. Birdman, that was a good pull. Thank you, sir.
Renee said it first.
Oh, Renee said it first. Oh, both of you. Good pull, Renee. Good pull. See, Linnell keeps me straight.
They were kind of close at the same
They were close. A couple milliseconds. Renee beat you by a couple of milliseconds. That was a great movie. Sorry, guys. I got hot chocolate and I keep talking. And now it's what we call warm chocolate because I've been talking too much.
It'll be cold chocolate here soon.
And she's 100% right. It'll be cold chocolate before I get it all swallowed in. But yeah, they have opened the door for me. And they had first approached me about they want to bring in a high-end guitar. So they're going to bring in Jackson's high-end USA-made product. So when that comes in, they've already said that they're going to give me a Jackson USA.
Devastator said, well, I hope so if you marry her.
Yeah. So when the Jackson USA product, they're thinking middle of summer, fall. So when they actually get their order in, it's all custom stuff. This channel will get a USA-made custom Jackson to review. And I'm really curious because this guitar is supposed to come in at about the $2,400 to $2,600 price range for a USA-made custom instrument. And that's kind of hard to beat for a USA custom ordered. They're building the Jacksons to their spec. They're all custom shop. So for a custom shop Jackson to come in at that price point, I'm curious to see what they get. Now I'm going to go back and check the chat. I think we pretty much covered everything that I wanted to talk about. I know I had little squirrel brain moments here and there. We're kind of jumping around.
Honey Tap just came in.
Oh, Honey Tap's in the group. We got everybody coming in tonight. It's good to see everybody. I'm so glad that the group kind of rolls through. I know we have a bunch at the beginning. They kind of hang in there for about the first hour and a half. They kind of drop off. And then the late bloomers come in like Honey Tap, Ted. They always come in about midstream, late stream, and then they kind of hang out. So we've got this circulation going on. I like that. It keeps the chat moving. And like I said, the chat, YouTube keeps track of the chat. So when every post that you all put in the chat, it calculates it. And I have no idea what this means, but actually, let me do something here, guys. We're going to go to display screen. All right. This is what YouTube looks like to me, okay? If you don't do streams, this is what we're seeing. They have a chat rate of 7. Concurrent viewers is 18. We have 82 views as of right now. And the average view duration is about 30 minutes, which I would say that's pretty good for a live stream. And this is what I see, and over here's the chat window. Now keep in mind, this right here, this window is about 12 to 15 seconds behind what I'm actually doing. And viewer activity, this is the activity on the super chats that we've got. And I want to thank everyone again for that. And then we have stream health. And it says warning, but it says good, so I have no idea. And now, of course, this shows how interactive you guys are being. So everything that you guys do, YouTube tracks it, and it keeps a good track on it. It keeps track of pretty much everything. All of the emojis, all that kind of stuff it has, it does analysis on it, and then it determines whether or not it's going to push the video out for other people to see it. That's just what YouTube does. So that kind of gives you the inside of what I see on my screen. Okay, that's why sometimes I can't track necessarily 100% with the chat, because when I'm talking, you guys don't see it for about 12 seconds. Then by the time you respond, sometimes it could be 15, 20 seconds on my end. And I may have already moved on, and it's not that, oh, he's ignoring me. It's just the legacy and how OBS streams to YouTube, and then the delay to where you guys get it. That's why sometimes I got to look back, and it seems like we're always going back. It's just because I'm ahead. It's like space travel, time travel. I'm always 15 seconds ahead of you guys, if that makes sense. It's already, I can stay up late.
It's Saturday, I can stay up late.
Oh, Niall said he can stay up late. Is Jerry talking about going to 12 o'clock again?
Jerry hasn't said anything here recently.
Oh, Linnell said Jerry. So I think Devastator might have hogtied Jerry and got him from the competition earlier. He may have muted Jerry. I don't know how that works. And Honeytap's got a message retracted. So I don't know what that was about. I think it's funny when I see the message retracted symbol. Big Brother's right. Every second of the day. Yeah, Niles, that's how I look at it. It's kind of like Big Brother. And Big Brother decides whether or not the stream is good enough for other people to see.
Renee wants to know if Fireflies sell the Firebird style guitars.
A Firebird style guitar. I think the closest thing they've come out with a Firebird would be like the Jaguar body. I don't think they do a Firebird style. Are you looking for a guitar or a bass? If you're looking for a Firebird bass, the Epiphone is just phenomenal. I don't know if it's called a Firebird.
I think it's called a Thunderbird.
Thunderbird, I think, is the Epiphone version of the Firebird. That's a phenomenal bass. I am actively looking for the Epiphone 5-string Thunderbird. Awesome guitar.
Curtis Scales said apparently Firefly does a Firebird.
Yeah, they might. Right now, I don't think they have too much on their site. Renee says a guitar. Yeah, I don't think they have too much on their site. The last 2 or 3 months, they got a pretty big shipment of Les Pauls in, and then that was it. It just kind of fell off. Telecasters, they haven't been doing too much. They do have the super heavy Telecaster. That brown one it's a tank that they're showing. And they did bring back another run of the Mad Cat Tellies, which I think that Mad Cat Telly, for the money and all the binding work and the laminated top and back on that guitar, the neck and the body on that guitar is worth twice what they're asking for the whole guitar.
Birdman's gotta go.
Oh, Birdman's taking off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Birdman. Thank you for coming, watching the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Again, Without you guys coming in, the stream is, you guys make the stream. So I want to thanks again for coming and hanging out with us. But they haven't been doing too much, Firefly, as far as new product and showing up on their website. Everyone's going to probably say, oh, it's the tariff, it's the tariff. Long before the whole tariff thing come in, this has been really the last 6 months. Their inventory is kind of like slacked off.
Yeah, Renee said he barely sees anything on their website.
Yeah, I can't tell you why that is, because Firefly has never reached out to my channel and spoke to me. Not even, see, there's Firefly, and then there's the mother company is Firebird Guitars, I think, or something like that. It's not Firefly. I think it's Firebird Guitars is the mother company. I'm not too sure of that. I could be wrong. But neither one of them have ever reached out to me. So I don't really know what's going on there with them. I just know that we've been doing some other budget type guitars. And what I've found with a lot of the Fireflies, and they're hit and miss, sometimes their pickups are hit and miss. So if you buy the product and you have to put pickups in it, that kind of pushes you up to the next level. That puts you in Squire territory. It puts you in Jackson territory. Yamaha makes a Pacifica, in the 300s too. And the Yamaha Pacifica is just an awesome guitar. It's an awesome guitar. So when you start hitting the $300 price point, that puts you in a different category. And Firefly is definitely hitting the $300 price point now because you have to pay for the shipping. So a lot of their guitars have creeped up to the $270 mark, and by the time you pay for shipping, that puts it at $300. That opens up a lot of different guitar companies. Opens up. I know you can get a Jet, and I have not ever personally reviewed a Jet, just going by what I hear. I hear they're pretty decent guitars. Don't know. Squire, definitely. Squire has guitars from, $130 up to $450. So Squire's definitely there. Jackson JS series, definitely there.
Renee wants to know if you're talking about he put the earlier Pacificas with a question mark.
Actually, I have a red Pacifica right now. Now, it's not one of the cheaper Pacificas. The significant other bought it for me for Christmas 2 years ago. It's a phenomenal guitar. It plays phenomenal. The fit and finish on it's good. It come from the factory with Seymour Duncan's. It's got a Wilson bridge in it. Not the cheap Wilson, the good Wilson bridge. There's two different Wilson bridges.
Isn't it a Wilkerson?
Wilkinson's, sorry. Wilkinson, they've got a cheaper version that looks similar to their standard. They put on a lot of budget guitars. It's not the same bridge. They do have seconds and stuff that they sell off that a lot of these sub guitar brands will use. Nice Wilkinson's bridge. It's got locking tuners. Just a great guitar. Everyone knows I call them working man guitars. And that's a guitar that you can get a variety of different sounds out of. It does everything really well. Does it do everything like super perfect? No. But it is a working man's guitar. I call the Epiphone Alex Licensed Les Paul, I call that a working man guitar too. With the coil splits and all the different sounds and the phase switching on that Les Paul, you can play that guitar through every set list that you have, every song that you're playing. It'll get by it. And I'd say the Pacifica's the exact same way. If you got 3 different set lists with a variety of different music, the Pacifica's going to get it done for you all the way across. It's just a good versatile instrument.
Honeytap says Jet is so much better than Firefly. He has both.
Yeah. Here's another testament on the Jet from Honeytap. I haven't reviewed a Jet, but I keep hearing that they are good guitars. And what I see that they start about the $230, $250 price mark with shipping, and then they can go up as high as $1,000. I've seen some of their high-end products at $1,000. Beautiful guitars. Probably need to get one here to actually do a review on.
Kurt says he sent a few pics over Skype. He said I have your bass in 4-string.
Okay, well let me hip over to Skype, guys, and I'm gonna see what has been sent to me. Oh, he does have the bass I want. Okay, guys, hold on. Well, it's the 4. I'm looking for the 5-string version.
Oh, he's got the 4-string version.
Yeah, that's okay. So here's the 4-string version. This is a great instrument, but they make this Pro in a 5-string, and I have found a couple of them, and they always want too much more than I'm wanting to spend on it. But I know they're great guitars. I may end up just getting the 4-string, just simply because they're more readily available. But that's the 4-string. And he sent me this picture. He's got a nice little setup, guys. And then this is the other picture he sent.
Ted's got to go.
Oh, is Ted taking off?
Yeah, he says he has an early start on Sundays.
Oh, okay, Ted. Again, man, thank you for coming in and chatting with everybody. And, I mean, like I said, you guys make the stream. I'm just here facilitating things, I guess. That's how you can put it. But let me turn this on so I'm more personable. But you guys make the stream. So I want to thank Ted for coming in. All right, back to the Skype thing. So this is the other picture he sent me. And I have one of these, the little pick holders for the mic stand. Actually, I probably have this one, the longer one. That's a good setup. And it looks like we've got some other stuff here. Ben sent me, oh yeah, now here's Ben's setup. Ben sent me these pictures. This is his race car setup for when he's doing his sim racing. That's a wild setup right there. And then Mike sent me something, and then Peter. Now, Peter does the drone stuff, so that's not music oriented. And then Mike's asking me when I'm going to send him the amplifier, which probably going to be very shortly. I will be sending Mike my BK Butler Pro Valve 6L6 power amp, and Mike's going to do a complete rehaul on it. Going to put new tubes in it, put some new potentiometers in it. He's going to recap it. Of course, Mike knows whatever he thinks it needs, Mike, just do whatever you want to it. I know when I get it back, it's going to be 100% because he's super picky. So I'll be boxing up my power amp here probably in the next month and sending it to Mike. Mike was in the chat earlier. So if you guys have an amplifier that needs fixed, reach out to Mike. He's an awesome tech. I can't touch what he does. He's on a completely other level when it comes to sound reinforcement and diagnosing audio components. He's just got it down. He rebuilt my AMR tube sweetener. And I have another one that I need to send him. So once he gets the power amp done, I can keep him busy. I got a couple things I need to send him to bring back up. You know, when a piece of equipment gets 30 years old, the caps start to drift. Things start to go a little candywampus with it. And with a tube amp, you should also check the bias in it. I know my BK Butler is biased a little high because I have red plate tubes in it. And when I send it to him, I'm going to tell him, keep it biased a little high. I think pushing that tube like that, I get a little bit of oomph out of the power amp. Now, he can completely disagree with me, And if he gives me a strong argument, I might have him bias it a little cooler. But right now, I know it's biased hot.
Devastator said you're gonna let him fix that Black Star too.
Mike did suggest sending the Black Star to him. And his suggestion was to take the main amp section out and just send the amp, not the case, not the driver. Just send the chassis to him.
Kurt said Black Stars are a nightmare to work on.
Yeah, that's exactly what Mike said. He said they're called subcomponents, these little teeny weeny. Mike said they're just a nightmare. He said the exact same thing. And no one locally will touch it. My local techs are like, nope, we don't even look at it. It's got that stuff on it. Nope. And the nearest Black Star service center is in Richmond, and I had to drive it to him, and it's not under warranty, and he doesn't know anything until he looks at it. And it took that guy 2 weeks to get back a hold of me, and I had to dig and scrape and claw to find Black Star Service Center. I had to go to their site, and this guy works out of his garage, and he does it part time. So that tells you the Black Star service. It's not a real like a factory you're sending it to. That's just in Virginia where I'm at. He said he worked in his garage and he does it part time, but he is a Black Star authorized service repair guy. I didn't send it to him, but Kurt's right. Everyone I talk to that knows them says they're not good to work on. So, yep, I got that one right there. I can't. Right with this cover on it here. This is my Black Star. It's dead. I don't know. I might send it to Mike. I might not. To be honest with you, I'm really not missing it. When we're doing the live streams, I've been using the Line 6 Stomp. So I'm going to probably program a couple different sounds on that. Something with a little less distortion. This particular setting, it's high gain. So I think I need to do a little bit lower gain setting and a clean setting for the live. That way I've got a couple different settings to go by. And I got 3 buttons on it. I can program each button free. I only need 3 sounds. That would be fine. And this allows me to talk too.
Kurt said Black Stars are famous for blowing the soldered inline fuse on the board.
I think this is more than that. You can actually still hear a little bit of sound out of the amp if you turn it all the way up. You can hear something coming out of the amp, but it's like an echo almost that you're hearing, like almost like a tape delay that's been short circuited. That's kind of what you hear out of the amplifier, but it's just very, 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 very faint, and you got to be at almost 50% volume to hear it. So something catastrophic went wrong with it. Something in the main circuit has went out. I have an HX Stomp, but like the amp models on the Spark much more. Yeah, I've got the HX Stomp too. It seems to do okay. The reason I'm liking it is just simply for this reason right here. Now I can't hear it unless I have my headphones on.
Funny Jeff said the HX Stomp tones need lots of tweaking in his opinion.
I would agree with that because when I first got mine, I didn't use it for 6 months. Now, of course, I was using it wrong. You cannot use the HX Stomp in its factory settings. You can't plug your guitar into it, go out, and into an amplifier. It's going to sound like dog poop. And the reason for that is every preset setting on the HS from the factory has an amp sim and a cab R. So since you're already simming the amp and simming your cabinet, you're going to send that to another amplifier, which has, of course, an amp and a real speaker. The output has to go to a full range amp in studio monitors. If you're running it into an amplifier, a guitar amplifier, you have to make sure that you turn off your amp model and your cab Rs. Then once you do that, it sounds decent going into an amplifier. The effects are fine. It's just they have really overdone the effects. Most of the stock presets are over the top. It's like way too much reverb, way too much delay. It's crazy. And I've pretty much done the exact same thing on this setting. I think I have a little bit too much sweep in the delay chain. But the advantage to the HX Stomp is I can sit and talk to you guys as I do this. So as I talk, you guys can still hear me. Another advantage is this microphone right here that's just out of sight, right there.
Honeytop says he runs his into a doll.
He did what?
Honeytop
Runs it into a doll, right?
via audio interface.
Yep. So another advantage to this is there's no audible output to the guitar in the room, so it doesn't affect my overhead microphone. Now, granted, when I'm using the guitar and I'm wanting to talk to you guys, I should probably bring it down in the mix a little bit. Now, when I talk, it's a little bit more. Probably bring it back just a little bit more. I had it set up to really cut through. So doing it the other way, I really can't talk and play at the same time because the overhead mic just picks up too much. And I believe Kurt said it. Does my other amplifier in the room sound better? If I take the line 6, now it is run into the Mackie, I could take the control room out of the Mackie and run through my Wolfdale loudspeakers. And it sounds good. Does it sound like my rack guitar? No. I will say my rack in the room sounds warmer. I do have the line 6 feeling a little better under my fingers as far as the way it feels and the way it interacts with my playing. I'm not feeling really a legacy in it. It felt a little disconnected when I first got it, but after tweaking it, I don't feel disconnected with it as much. It doesn't feel as good as my tube amp though, and my tube amp sounds warmer in the room. Capturing the tube amp with microphones, that's a whole nother can of worms. Being able to capture what I hear with the two SM57s, where you place that mic in front of the cone, it changes the way the amp sounds drastically. When I say drastically, I don't really need to mess with the EQ or anything. Just moving that speaker away from the cabinet, towards the center of the cone, towards the edge of the cone, the angle in which it's facing the cone, that makes the most difference. And I just ended up having the exact same thing happen. So if the stream's still live, that's great. If not, it's saying that it's done weird things again. Oh, there it goes. It just kicked back on. So I'm having definitely stream issues tonight, guys. OBS is telling me. But being able to do what I'm doing right here, talk and play, and not interfere with this microphone, it's worth it. And I think before anyone says it, I know there's a lot of delay in it. I probably need to retweak it. But last week I used this setting And when I went back and listened to the live stream, it did not seem to have as much delay as what I'm hearing in my headphones. So I don't know if that's due to the compression in YouTube, but it didn't sound near as washy, like the wash back and forth that I'm hearing in these headphones. And it could be that I went back and listened to the stream on a small laptop. So if you guys are listening to it on like a big stereo TV, you might be hearing a lot of back and forth stereo imaging. That's what I'm hearing in my headphones, and it seems a bit excessive on my end. But again, I didn't hear it when I went back and listened to it on the laptop. And I played that slow so you could try to get the imaging. And yes, you're right. That is not 4/4 time. I used to love strange time signatures. I don't really play too much in strange time signatures anymore. I think a lot of the newer stuff does play in like a lot of 7/8. That what I just played is technically 7/8. But I just don't dabble with it too much. But I think a lot of this newer stuff, I believe in alternative tunings, they are playing in some pretty strange time signatures. I don't know. I don't even remember why I picked the guitar up. I get off on a tangent, guys. I don't even really remember. I think we were talking about the Line 6. As far as being able to use the thing and doing live streams, I think that's the way to go. And that's also a reason why I've been saving some money. I'm going to take these guys off. Saving some money to go with the FM3 from Axe Effects. I believe for me, it's the way to go because I'm a rack mount guy and I've always used the SGX unit. So the FM3 is just the next logical step. It's everything that I have plus more. Now, it does not have a tube section, but doing research, I can wire that unit the way I have my ART wired, where I can run my guitar directly into the Synergy and then go out of the Synergy on through the effects loop into the FM3 and then still have my tube preamp section and the FM3 as my modeler. I can kind of mix it if that makes sense. So I think that's the logical way for me to go. Plus, I can use it on the live stream. I can flip a switch, go right out and use an amp and cab R directly into the interface, and it will not interfere with my microphone. But when the stream's over, I flip another switch. It goes directly to the power amp, to my 4 speakers. It's kind of like the best of both worlds, if that makes sense. So for me, I think that's the way to go, if that makes sense. And are there alternatives out there? I could probably go with the Helix, but I don't think I'm going to be satisfied with the Helix. Now, granted, I know the Helix has more processing power and it's much better than the AHX Stomp, but the architecture itself is pretty much the same. That's the architecture they're going for. And for me, I think the Axe Effects would be the way to go, if that makes sense. And I can put it in my little rack here. And I got to do some rearranging anyway. But each week we make a little change. And the new change seems to definitely be holding out. I don't know if the other camera will show it. Here's the new little rack with the 286 on it. Of course, keyboard, the AG08, the Stream Deck, the new microphone right here. That's what you guys are hearing me on. Monitor right here, Mackie, and then all my other effects. And then, of course, my rack mount tube amp, my Egnator. So everything is getting a little bit more user friendly. I still can't technically reach the Mackie, so I don't think I can have everything unless I built like a little, I come down through here and down through this side and had everything at arm's reach. I don't think there's really any way to have access to everything. And that gives you a good view of how the room is set up. And then right here on that side, that's my PV Penta and the Black Star amp would sit right there. So it is a very large U shape. But I don't think there's a way that I can consolidate it to where I would have access to everything. I think the AG08's great. Looking back on it, I think I would have been better off getting a rack mount interface, like a Personas or something. That would I think Kurt Inskill told me, I'm pretty sure he was the one in the chat that said it comes free with a DAW when you buy X over. That would have solved a lot of different things. I could have, because basically I'm using the AG08 now just as a 2-channel interface, because everything's going into the Mackie, and then the monitor out of the Mackie is going to the AG08. My problem was I had never done it before. I think very old school, and the AG08 had a built-in mixer, some built-in effects. So I figured this would be my one-stop source to make it work. It's not a big deal because we're working on Jupe's guitar downstairs starting next week. The neck is acclimated. So when I start fret leveling, if we want to do a live stream downstairs in the future, if I do get another interface and I put in a nice 2-channel interface and use the Mackie, I could take the AG08 Yamaha down to the basement with a different computer, and we can live stream right from the workbench, with this system, and then keep the other system up here for the main shows. So that's how I'm kind of seeing it.
Kurt said yes, Studio One is free with an interface purchase.
Yeah, exactly. So I looked at a Personas today. I don't know the model, But again, Shandor Music had it. It was $4.99. It was a nice rack mount unit, and I'm pretty sure it was an 8-channel rack mount interface. It looked really nice. I don't think I need an 8-channel interface. I think I could definitely get away with with you know just really 2-channel because, like I said, I'm using the Mackie anyway. I don't see where I would need any more than that. But being that it's rack mount, I'd want it rack mount to keep it, up and out of my way. I don't I don't need anything else that takes up flat desk real estate, if that makes sense. So putting it up in a rack and out of my way to where it's easy, where I can just take this hand and go over and touch it, makes more sense to me. I don't know if they have a smaller rack mount version or not, but I'll look into it. Right now, this is working, and I think it's working phenomenally well for the equipment that I'm using, if that makes sense. I'm going to go up here and pull the chat window across a little bit.
Penagor said, you can use more channels, just have more kids and give them mics.
That's exactly right. Well, see, when I add channels, then Linnell can come out here with her guitar and we can put her on a different channel.
I don't think so.
She just said, I don't think so. we can set up, once I figure out the third Mevo camera, we can put that camera in the kitchen and run 2 channels out and have that guitar, and she could sit there and play for us in the kitchen.
Then I'm going to start leaving while you do your live stream.
She said she's going to start leaving when we do the live stream then. Yeah, every time it reminds me of that movie. What was it? I think I mentioned it one time before. Tim the Tool Guy, his neighbor, kept peeking over the fence. Every time she's in the other room talking, that's what it kind of reminds me of, is her peeking around the corner. Hey, this person said this or this person said that. It kind of reminds me of Tim the Tool Guy.
Now Penagor's on it. It's like, I so want to see that. Come on, Lynn.
Oh, yeah. Penagor, I think everybody wants to see that eventually. That's just kind of what I'm thinking. Just so everyone knows, she's been on and off playing for a long time. She technically is still learning. So I think that's part of it. She's probably embarrassed.
Jerry said, faceless channel, Linnell, non-pressure.
Yeah, I mean, everyone starts from a certain point. She's the Black Firefly up here, been her guitar for years. But a lot of people pick the instrument up and they play it a little bit, they learn a couple chords, and then they set it down. Then they might pick it up, learn a couple chords, and that's what she's done.
I had a Hamer, too.
Yeah, she had a Hamer a long time ago. Hamer was an awesome guitar. But as far as her playing, I think I'm used to playing in front of people. I'm used to talking in front of people. So when you're not used to that and you feel that you're still learning and stuff, it's hard. It's hard to make that first leap of faith to do something online. You're so worried someone's gonna, say you suck or I'll tell you a true story. I was in the studio down in the city. I was pretty young, and I'm not gonna say the artist, but a well-known artist come in and said, "How long you been playing?" And I think at the time I'd been playing, I don't know, maybe 8 years, 7 years. I was probably, I guess I was 21. So I guess I'd been playing about 8 years. And he just looked at me and said, "Well, you really suck. You should just sell your guitar." And I was like, "What?" And I remember walking in and Rice was kind of like, he's a little hard on people. And I'm like, you think? And he's like, he's just picking on you. I think he likes you. But those words kind of stuck with me for a long time. When someone that has made it, that makes money playing professionally comes in and you're in there, you're getting paid. I was a session musician. I was getting paid to lay down a couple tracks. And when someone like that comes in and you don't really know them, but you know who they are, and they say something like that to you, it's hard. And I'm sure completely different thing like Nanelle coming in. She kind of knows you all from chatting. But I think the initial fear of someone saying something to you prevents a lot of people from doing a lot of things. And I hear that too when it comes to buying online. People go, I love buying online. I don't have the stress of going in the music store and playing that guitar in front of people. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to do that. If I buy it online, I don't have to go through that interaction of playing in front of people. If I don't like it, I'll just return it. And I don't I don't recollect ever having that. I mean, I recollect going in a music store and being embarrassed when I first started learning that I didn't know more, that I butchered a song. It's like, well, this is the best I can play it. I know it's not right, but I'm going to play it. But I don't ever remember anyone coming up to me making me feel awkward or not wanting to play something because someone else was in the store. But I hear that a lot in uh, conversations with people while they buy online because they don't they don't feel pressured in the store that they have to play or someone's going to say something to them. That has a lot to do with it. Like I said, I still look back on that day at Network and go, wow, someone told me I suck and I need to sell everything. And, it's different when you go out and you're in bars playing and someone's had one too many come up and they might say, you guys aren't that good, or, you really butchered this song, or I've been playing guitar for 50 years. And, you get the exact same thing on YouTube. I guess you call them trolls nowadays. Everyone does something better than what you can do, but they don't ever do it. They're just preaching to you that they can do it better. We got to keep that in mind, guys. We're a lot of people, I guess, maybe have that chip on their shoulder and they have something to prove. I think as long as that chip is on your shoulder and you're trying to prove something, I think you're being held back. If you grab this guitar and you just play it, dude, guys, I play with a lot of feel. I'm not a super technical player. I know a little bit of music theory. Uh, you know, I know my basic notes. I know my basic chordings, but I play with a lot of feel. And I think if you play with feel and you love what you're doing, don't worry about the naysayers. If you're hitting it and your heart's in it, whatever you're doing, someone's gonna like it. There's someone out there that's gonna like what you're doing. Trust me. You just gotta learn how to, I guess, voice out the negativity. And we've had it on the channel. We've had trolls come in and say this or say that. And does it get me? I guess it does get me. But then I have to remember, okay, are they my peer? Do I know that they can play guitar? When I say peer, I mean someone of equal knowledge, equal experience, and equal mindset. And when I say mindset, do they have respect for others? Are they a good person? That's the mindset, morals. If someone with horrible morals say they can be the world's best at whatever they do, but if they have bad morals, does it really matter? I mean, what their opinion is. They might be negative towards everybody, okay? That's not a peer. A peer is someone that's going to respect what you do. May not be doing the same thing you do, but they at least have respect. As long as I have respect from my peers and people that may look up to me, because I know I have people that I look up to, and as long as those people treat me with respect, then I continue to look up to them. I'm like, wow, that's a great musician, and they're nice to me. That means a lot. But if I look up to them and I find out that they're complete butt munches and they have no respect for anybody and they just treat like people like dirt, I'm sorry, I can't. I can no longer support and see that person as someone that I want to look up to, because that's not the person that I want to be. If that, I know that's a complete tangent, But that's kind of how I see things. And I've met guitarists that I had just fell in love with, thought they were super talented, and in fact, meet them and it's kind of like, eh. And it's sad to say, maybe I met them on an off day. But when you see someone a couple times and it repeatedly happens, then that's when I step away. It's like, okay, that's not something that I want to be around. Maybe it's an attitude, maybe it's something else. I stopped playing music due to drugs and stuff. Everyone knows it. So I don't like being around it anymore because I know how I once was. And I know that, not saying I'm weak, but there's no sense in me tempting myself being around something that I know I once had a problem with, if that makes sense. And that's just me. I'm not a hypocrite. So whatever you guys do is whatever y'all do. I just know I couldn't control myself back in the day with it. So I try to limit myself around it. So now I do coffee, hot cocoa, tea, and a shit ton of Monsters. If I could get off my crack addiction of Monsters, I would probably save at least $10 a day. And you add that up in a year, $10 for every day. That's what I give Monster energy drinks probably every day is $10. If I could get off that wagon, I could buy probably any guitar I wanted to buy just giving up Monsters. But it's one of those things that I have. Maybe it's old age and I drink it to give me a little kick to keep up with the youngsters at work. Who knows what it is? And again, another complete tangent. We're we're just going off on all kinds of weird tangents tonight. Pentagore says, me too, until I started writing music on them and found myself gravitating to them sometimes. It was an adjustment. Yeah. Um, finding like-minded people is hard to do. It really is. And that's why I love doing the Saturday night and the Thursday night thing. Being able to come in here and chat with other like-minded people that enjoy the same things that I enjoy, that gives me something to look forward to. It really does. I can't. Everyone here knows that I'm a religious person, and I thank the Lord every day that He has given me the opportunities that He's given me. I am blessed, and I thank the Lord for the blessings that He's given me, and I do not take that for granted. I take the blessings that you guys give me every day. I enjoy being able to talk. I enjoy that I have a great woman in there that takes care of me. She does. She takes care of me. I have the utmost respect for my job. They take care of me. When I had my leg operated on, when my mother passed away, they were there. My job was there waiting for me. They have proven to me that as long as I do my job and I give the best I can do, if something happens to me, the people I work for are going to take care of me. And that means more to me than anything. I have respect of my peers at work, and they want me to be there. So if I'm going through something bad, like when my mother passed away, they give me time. When I had my leg worked on, they gave me time. So I am blessed when it comes to that. I can't say that I'm not. 100%. Rick played Hamer's back in the day. Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever? I don't know if I've seen it. Yeah, I think Linnell did show me a picture of that one. That was before me. Hamer was a great guitar. That was a long time ago.
I can't remember what it was. I know it had one pickup, and it only had like I can't remember if it was one or two knobs.
Yeah, she's. I'm pretty sure it was a humbucker, single humbucker. It was a shred hammer, is what I call them, the shred hammers.
Yeah, I can't remember if it had one. I think it only had one knob.
It may have only had one knob.
I can't remember.
Hamer was a very high-end guitar for many, many years. Hamer had their budget line, which was called Slammer. I don't know if y'all remember Slammer guitars. Well, that was Hamer's budget guitar. That was their offshore import for Hamer. Hamers were American-made. Slammer was an import. If I remember correctly, that's how that worked. And somebody's got their alarm beeping off. I hear it going off in the background. Oh, Mike is still with us. Major issue recently, and most of the Firefly frets are not fully seated. They may not play well out of the box. Then a month or two later, the frets are all over the place. Yeah, I've been hearing that too, Mike. Now, we just pulled one out of the box. And this one right here, Mike, it's been in the box in the basement for over a year. So Renee in the chat bought the other Strat that I had when I bought this one, the Relic Strat. So I'm not too sure how long ago that was. It's been a long time.
Renee said it was about a year.
Yeah, about a year or something like that. And this guitar, I haven't checked it yet, but you're right. Fireflies are kind of hit and miss. They truly are. And that's why we've been trying to review some different type guitars. This one is not one, like I said, it's been here for quite a while. And I forgot it was even downstairs. And it was in the pile to be reviewed, but that pile ended up getting buried on top of other things. So I found the guitar down there about 2 weeks ago and said, oh, well, so I'm going to do something with it. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I don't think it's a model that they stock anymore. I don't think they've made that guitar in over a year. So, yeah, Firefly has been kind of hit and miss. That's why we did the Squire review. We did a Jackson review. There's a lot of other brands out there. We were just talking about Jet guitars, maybe bringing in a Jet guitar, see how the Jet stuff works. We got to also keep in mind, guys, when we're talking sub $300 guitars, you got pickups, you got electronics, you got paint, you got fretwork. You're really asking for $300. I know I'm picky. When I go through all the frets and I want the frets to be perfect, I want good tuners, I want good sounding pickups, I want it sent to me with good strings. Really stop and really think about it. It's kind of hard to ask all these things that we ask for out of these budget guitars. When we get something at $300 and it checks all those boxes, in reality, that's amazing. It's amazing. You got to qualify things by, could I build a guitar for even twice that amount? And most of the time you're going to say, no, I could not. We're just talking about buying the parts for twice that. Not considering your time and labor to put it together and do all the work. Just buy the parts. $600 in parts doesn't get you too far. When you buy a neck, you buy a body, you buy the pickups, you buy the pots, you buy the jack, you got to buy the strap locks, you got to buy tuners, you got to buy the nut. Then you got to, once you get all that, now you got to put together and paint it. It'll be hard pressed to do that with $600. So then you got to figure your time. So then when we look at a $300 guitar, what can we expect? That's the thing. And I do think we live in the golden age, but Firefly does have issues. Do I think they have the issues that, let's say, Leo James has? No. The Leo James is far worse out of the box than the Firefly, from what I've seen. I have not reviewed an Ivy guitar. I'd like to review an Ivy and see. I hear, again, YouTube, I hear Ivy stuff is okay. I don't know. I don't know whether it is or not. But I would much rather buy a Squire at $320 than I would an IYV or a Leo James. If I go to resell the Squire, people know Squire, okay? They don't know Leo James. It's a name brand, okay? Now, granted, I get it. It's a name brand. They need to make more marks, so you're going to pay a little bit more for it. But these budget companies now are itching up in price, and they're right there with the J.S. Jacksons, the Squire, and really some of the Schecter makes some inexpensive, $350, $400 guitars. There's a lot. When you get into the $350 range, you can get into some name brands. I mean, like we were just talking about, what was it, the Yamaha Pacifica. You can get a Pacifica for $350, and that's a kick butt guitar. It's just a good guitar for $350. So if these budget brands keep itching up, I think they're going to start losing the audience that they have, if that makes sense. A lot of people buy those guitars to hot rod them, change the pickups. Well, you can get a Pacifica to get you by. The pickups in it at $350 are good enough. The tuners are good enough. It's a good enough guitar to go out and play live with. Is it the best of anything? No. But it's already coming with decent pickups. It has decent tuners on it. You don't have to do anything to it. It's a solid instrument. And that's how I feel about the little Squire Nashville Telly. It's a solid instrument out of the box. And I told you, the one pickup's a little microphonic on it, but I think that kind of gives it some charm, if that makes sense. I don't think the guitar would have its sound if it didn't do what it did, if that kind of makes any kind of sense whatsoever. I might change my mind on the microphonic pickup in 6 months, but right now, the little bit that it is, I kind of think it's giving it some charm. I don't know. I gotta get caught up on the chat. Yeah, the E-Art. Now Kurt Inscale's bringing up E-Art. I had an E-Art on the channel, and it was a fine guitar. The only issue I had the E-Art headless. I would say the pickups were not as crisp as I would like. And after that was sent to me by a subscriber, and I had to drop the guitar off to him. But after that, they come out with a pro model, and it was, instead of it being, I think the E-Art at the time was like $349, and they changed the pickups on it, did a couple other little changes, and it brought it up to like $499. I never got a chance to review that particular model, but everyone said the pickups had gotten better. And I know they make a Strat now in the $300 price range. They claim is really good. So, and there was an E-Art right now for $350 on Amazon. I thought about ordering. It's got active electronics. Everyone knows E-Art's pretty good on their fret leveling. At least they were. So I was thinking about ordering one of those. But there's so many different brands out there. That's the thing.
Niles had to go.
Oh. Okay. Niles has got to go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're only at 14 guys on current viewers, but we've been streaming a long time.
I just figured it out. Mine, it had more than one pickup, but it was a slammer.
Yours was a slammer?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a slammer, not hammer. She said.
It was hammer, but it was a slammer.
Right. Well, Hamer made Slammer, so Slammer was the import version.
Okay, well, it had hammer on the headstock.
See, I don't know how that works. I thought the Slammer said Slammer, and the Hamer said Hamer. She's saying it was a Hamer with Slammer on the truss rod cover.
Huh, no, it said hammer on the headstock.
Yeah.
It looks exactly, I looked up the picture, it looks exactly like a slammer, but it said hammer on the headstock.
She's saying Hamer. So the Hamer, to my knowledge, was USA made, and the Slammer was their import. That's how I remember Slammer and Hamer. But Mike is 100% correct. There's no sense in, unless, I always qualify things. If you're into fixing up and hot rodding guitars, I get it. But if you buy, especially now, a Firefly, let's say you get a Firefly or a Leo James or whatever it is, and that puts you at $300 shipping to your door, and you want to change the pickups. Well, if you're changing pickups, odds are you're at least going to be spending $100 for pickups, probably, at minimum. So then you got to tear the guitar apart and put the new pickups in it. Then most budget guitars, one of the things that the weak points, the tuning keys. Well, a good set of tuning keys are at least 50. Uh, Maybe even up to $75 for good tuning keys. So now you're almost at the $500 price point. At $500, what's on the market? And a lot of people go, well, yeah, at $500, but I can't have this pickup. I can't get my Seymour JB, and I can't get Goth tuners at $500. I kind of get that. But you also put a lot of work in it. So let's say you want the baseline guitar with Seymours and good pickups. Now you're probably going to be in the $700 range. You know, $700. But keep in mind, guys, you're buying that guitar, you're not having to work on it. It's done. I've got a Firefly FFMN right here. I think I'm at 550 on that guitar, and it still has these stock pickups.
Okay, this is exactly
So-
what mine look like. It says Hamer.
She's got a picture of her hammer here.
No, it's not a picture of mine, but this is one just like it. It says Hamer Slammer Series on the headstock.
Yeah, Hammer Slammer series.
Mine was the exact same color.
So this is the, if you all can see it, this is the guitar Linnell had.
It's the exact. It's not the picture of mine, but it's the exact same.
Hamer. I remember Hamer, and I couldn't afford it. Hamer was another one of those brands that I couldn't purchase because it was a high end guitar in the late '80s. That's what people saw it as. It was a custom one off, guitar, and I just couldn't do it. That's why I was playing Peavey. I was playing the Peavey Nitro, and early '90s playing the Peavey Vandenberg. They were solid instruments at a good. Now the Vandenberg wasn't that cheap, but it was still cheaper than a Jackson or a Charvel at the time. Probably $600 cheaper than a Jackson or a Charvel. At the time, I think I priced a Jackson. A Jackson custom shop to my spec was like $1,700. Is what they priced me, somewhere in that ballpark. And I paid, I think, $1,150 for my Vandenberg. I think was right in that ballpark for the Vandenberg. So, and I still have the Vandenberg and I still have my Nitro. So they were both solid instruments. No complaint whatsoever. Yeah, the Slammer and the XT were Hamer imports. Hamer USA, or Hammer, said Hammer on the headstock, and some of the USA after. Yeah, I remember the company. I never had the opportunity to really play one. Just don't remember it. I'm going back on the chat, making sure I'm not missing anything. I don't know if you guys remember. Do we have a lighter in there, hon? I need my other white drink too.
You don't have another white drink.
Well, I think it's still in the refrigerator.
You already drank both of yours.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's awful.
You want tea?
Yeah, I'll take a glass of tea, baby. I don't know if y'all remember a company named Zion. They made a 26 and a 29 fret Super Strat. And I wanted a Zion so bad. Zion was just, it was one of those guitars, again, one-off. The next brand I want to remember, if you guys remember Robin guitars. I wanted a Robin guitar like the Zion. The Robin was just like the golden fleece that no one could touch. You couldn't reach it. It's a Robin. It's a Zion. Those were the two super high-end guitars that I dreamed of owning. Zion, I think, still makes guitars, and I heard Robin was coming back. Well, they've always made guitars and stuff, but I hear that they're going to start pushing the product Robin guitars again. I could be completely wrong. Maybe it was just hype, but I heard Robin was going to try to make a comeback and redo their listing on guitars. Yeah, Zion, great boutique brand. How many people have heard of Robin? Robin was another one of those high end guitars. They made just really, really, really good guitars. But Zion and Robin were the two that I personally wanted to get. And everyone's going to say, well, you ended up with a Vandenberg. The Vandenberg model from Peavey has become sought after. Back when I had mine, people still viewed it as, well, wow, you play a Peavey. It wasn't like having a Jackson or a Charvel or a Robin or a Zion or whatever other boutique brands, it wasn't the same. It was a completely different animal in the professional world.
Devastator said Rockin' Robin, he hopped in the treetops all night long.
Yep. I don't even remember the model numbers, but Robin had the twisted pickup just like this one. So Robin made pretty much this guitar, okay, and they had a single coil right here. And the single coil followed the humbucker, exact same angle, like this. And it was mid in the guitar. Like my stupid dream guitar. Ebony fingerboard or rosewood fingerboard. Had a Floyd Rose trim. And I believe at the time you could get a Kaler 2700, my favorite bridge. They would do that bridge for you as well. But I believe those guitars were in the $2,700, $3,000 range. This would have been 91, 92. And that was just an insane amount of money for a guitar from Robin. I believe the Zions were, for the 26th fret, I believe they were, again, $2,400 to $2,600, for a Zion. And keep in mind, a custom shop Jackson was probably at $1,700, $1,800 for a custom shop Jackson. So these companies were $800 and $900 more than the Charvel Jackson models of the time. So they were really just hard for people to buy. They were dream guitars. Yeah, Dean, believe it or not, some of the other Dean guitars were really sought after too. Keep in mind, a lot of it too, guys, was availability. It wasn't like it is now. You couldn't just get online and go, oh, this person's got it, that person's got it. Kramer, you just didn't walk into your local music store, at least not in my area, and they carried Kramer. They may have the Focus, which was the Kramer import, but to have a Kramer on the wall, oh, that was, oh, wow, you've got a Kramer. Because they were just selling off the shelf. So they started bringing in that import, the Focus, which was the import Kramer. You never walked in and saw a Zion sitting on the wall or a Robin. Those type guitars were usually ordered. They come in. Might be in the store for 2 or 3 days, and then it went to its owner. If you were fortunate enough to see one in the store, it was rare to see a guitar like that in a store. Ibanez was probably in my opinion, one of the first high-end guitars that was in a variety of different stores. You could go in and they'd have a gem. A gem was a nice guitar. The RG series, that I'd say Ibanez opened up a whole new door of high-end super strats that you could go to a local shop and see. I think they really, I would say they were the ones that cracked the egg that allowed smaller music stores to sell a high-end competitive product that people could afford. Even though a gem and stuff was expensive, it wasn't like the other brands that we're talking about. And you could walk in and play it. Pentagore says, a guitar store opened up near me. My brands.
Where my band
where my band rehearsed. The only franchise he could get was Robin. That's crazy. That is crazy. Guys, I'm just reading the chat. What's funny is when all this is done, I will literally go back and watch the stream. And what's upsetting is when I go back and watch the stream, usually the live chat won't be up until the next morning. But I will go back and just listen to my guitar tones and just listen to how well the vocal part come through to make sure the stream was decent. Now, I have got something to say, guys, that's very important. Jerry, are you listening? This is 100% on Jerry. Jerry, I want you to look at the time, Jerry. Please look at the time. Now, this stream is dedicated to Jerry because he's the one who's saying, oh, come on, it's just 20 more minutes. We can make it to 12 o'clock. Come on, man, you can do it. I'm just now getting wired up. So we are approaching midnight where I'm at. Now, if you're in a different time zone, for me, it's 12 o'clock midnight. And this will officially be the longest stream the channel has ever done.
That's funny, they were just talking about that.
Probably at 4 hours. And yes, my voice is starting to get hoarse. If you rewind all the way back at the beginning of the stream, I was probably a little more punchy. But I am feeling it right here. Oh, that's why Jerry kept his mouth shut.
Yeah, they
Well, see now, honey, now we know the secret. All we got to do is get 4 hours in every night.
they were just talking about that.
Ah! That's awful. I'm just picking on you, Jerry. But this stream is dedicated to Jerry because he picked on me 2 weeks ago about not making it to 12 o'clock.
Devastator said more hot chocolate.
Oh, that's right. More hot chocolate. That would, with me having diabetes, that would probably be the last. Because now she makes it good. It's like extra scoop of hot chocolate powder in it. And she put, what's that milk?
Heavy whipping cream.
Heavy whipping cream in it. Guys, I'm telling you, when you make your hot chocolate, put a little heavy whipping cream in it, stir it. Oh my, it's like heaven. I'm telling you. But the sugar amount, the heavy whipping cream with the extra scoop.
There's no sugar in the whipping cream.
Oh, she keeps saying there's no sugar. That's got to be sweet. I want to read the back of the carton. But 2 of those would probably shoot up my blood sugar. I probably shouldn't do that. So she brought me tea. So I have tea. That's too funny. Oh, Jerry says what comes around goes around. So that means I'm going to be in for it next week.
Yeah, but see, you still got 14 people on.
Yeah. I like again, guys, I can't even say how much I appreciate everyone hanging in. I know this is something new for the channel, doing live streams, and it has really changed my opinion of things. And I think doing like what we said tonight with the super chats, putting a fund up to fund other things like that, I think that's a great idea. I think that's really going to help the channel going forward. And I'm going to approach it just the way I did approach it when I started the channel. I love music, I love guitars, and I just want to share information. And with that being contributed in and you guys doing what we're doing, that'll give you guys a voice on what the channel reviews. And hopefully this interaction with Shandor Music will continue to grow, and that'll allow the channel to have more guitars to review, if that makes sense. And maybe it won't always be guitars. Like I said, they have a lot of different stuff in there. So if someone wants to see something, I'm sure that they would be, willing to entertain it, if that makes sense. But that has opened up a new door for me, and really taken some of the burden off of me, if that makes sense. Uh-oh. It's 12 o'clock where I'm at. We made it. We're at 4 hours and 19 seconds according to my little thing. Yep, we finally did it. And my voice is telling me that we did it. So my plan on going back to I've got everything now working except my Stream Deck. So sometime this week, well, actually, now that I think about it, it won't be this week because I'm going to be doing a fret level on Jupe's guitar. I don't know if Jupe is still in the chat or not.
He already left.
Jupe's already left, so we're going to be working on Jupe's guitar, and Jupe isn't pressed for time, so I'm going to be able to videotape all the process. We're going to be going over fret leveling, fret crowning, fret dressing, fret polishing, hydrating the neck. Now on Jupe's guitar, we're also installing a brand new pickup. So we're going to be doing some wiring mods on a video. And we're also going to be doing a complete rebuild on the tremolo. Okay?
Devastator said 2 more hours and we're good.
Oh my gosh, Devastator's trying to kill me. So...
Kurt said you need fireworks sound.
Oh, I need to program a fireworks sound. I don't know what all the sounds. Let me put my headphones on here. I have 6 buttons.
Jerry said you got to start drinking lemon juice and water like the heavy metal singers in the 80s.
The lemon juice does work. I will say that.
Kurt said tea and honey.
Yeah, I did play in a band with a guy that did tea and honey. But I think the water with honey and something else.
Lemon juice.
Yeah, that was the best one. But I got 6 buttons here, and I only used 2 of them.
Well, Mike wants to know how was the 2-point trim on that white Firefly.
On which one? This one here?
I guess so.
This has the exact same 2-point trim as the one that I love. Okay? This one here, when I used it tonight, did go out of tune a little bit. So that's telling me the nut needs just a little bit of work. But it is the exact same tremolo that's on the one Jupe is buying, which is a phenomenal bridge. It stays, that other guitar stays in perfect tune. And it's the best Firefly this channel's ever received as far as being out of the box. The fret leveling, the pickup, the tone the pickups do, just the general sound quality of the pickups and the bridge. It's the best one we've ever had. So Jupe will be getting a solid guitar. He hadn't even said that he wants me to do anything to it. I would just take the guitar and play it the way it is. That's what a budget guitar, that's the kind of budget guitar we're looking for. We're looking for something, $250, $300 that we can just buy and play. And that one's a winner. This one here, I think, could be there. It needs a little work on the nut because as I played it, it did go a little bit out of tune. And I think the 2 pickups on the top are a little, well, if you were here when we played it, I wasn't a big fan of the neck pickup, but they all sound okay. They're just not as articulate as the newer. Firefly has gotten better with their pickups. And I think this was their first attempt at the Nico 5 humbucker, but I think it's still, the other 2 pickups are still their basic pickups. I think the next production run is when they started really doing something with this one. But I think it's a fine guitar. It needs a setup. I said that on the A, and it could be just me tonight, but I felt like the A sat a little low in relation to the when I was playing it. There's something going on with the action height on the A. As I played it, it seemed like the string sat low, and I was curling my fingers. It could be just me tonight, but I'm pretty sure if I gauged it and I used a gauge under it, I'm pretty sure that one's going to be off compared to the other ones. If I took a radius gauge and put on top of the strings, I guarantee you the A string is not going to be touching the radius gauge. It's going to be set a little low. That's just by me feel, 100% feel by me playing it. But I think it, again, a little bit of work and that guitar could be a really good guitar. And it is the versatile setup. The humbucker single single, a lot of guitar companies do it because you can get a lot of different sounds out of it. So it would be a good guitar to make like a working man's guitar. Maybe put a JB in the bridge, and then two single coils. If you wanted to save money, Wilkinson makes some really nice, that M2 series pickup. It's a good pickup. You can get one. I think they're like $29 for the humbucker. You could probably get a single coil or probably $20, $22 a piece. So maybe $60 in pickups. There's nothing wrong with the Wilkinson pickups. The M2 series is a great pickup.
Mike said he was curious if the frets are fully seated. Seems like they have been using 12-inch radius frets on a 16-inch fretboard.
Yeah, they've had some issues with that, and I believe it's I believe it's the call they're using when they're pressing them in. I think they're using the wrong call. I have not reviewed the guitar, Mike. I haven't really looked at it. I just bought it out of the box because it was downstairs in the box. Uh, I mean, we could definitely maybe next Thursday. That's usually when we do reviews. So if you guys want, we can make next Thursday review this guitar. I won't touch the settings. I think there's something going on with the A saddle. I mean, we can leave the guitar just as it is and do a full out of the box review, the way it sets. Um, but just me tinkering with it tonight, I can tell it would be a good guitar. And it's the typical Firefly with the ash body. It's heavy. Let me grab it real quick and we'll weigh it. I can usually tell when a guitar is on the heavy side, and it has a heavy feel to it. So let me move my stand here. I'll move my stand over and we'll weigh it. I'm going to say it's in the 8-pound range, which is heavy for a Strat. So here's our little stool. Let me go get the gauge here, the scale. Let's turn the scale on. I'm on pound ounces. This was before they were doing the heavy sandblasted finish. This is the model run before it does have a slight sandblasting to it. So there is a little bit of a grain, but nothing like the purple Strat that I reviewed, the Devastator bought, or the purple LP that I reviewed. This one's a little less. So let's weigh it. It feels heavy, just me grabbing it. And she's a porker. At 8 pounds, 11.7 ounces. So yeah, it's heavy. And like I said, that's an ash body on this one. So that's a heavy guitar. I mean, it's Les Paul heavy. I mean, you can get a Les Paul at that weight. But it has a nice comfy, the neck on the guitar feels comfy. Now, something I've noticed with Firefly, I'm going to deliberately, like I said, I haven't touched this guitar. Let me move this out of the way here. I'm going to put this back over here. The issue I have with the ball end frets is sometimes they get hung up under the frets. So I'm going to deliberately take the string and I'm going to roll it over the frets. And I'm going to see if it hangs up anywhere. And I am deliberately pushing on the string. And I'm going to roll the string over the fretboard. Like that. And I'm going to let go of it and see if it hangs up. And it is not hanging up on any of the frets. And I'm deliberately, like I said, I'm rolling the string past the fret, between the fret and the neck, trying to get it to catch. So this one does not catch on any of the frets.
Mike wants to know if there's a gap under the center of the frets.
It's kind of hard to. I know it looks bright in here, Mike, but in reality, it's not that bright. It does appear that. Well, I do see a black line in the center of the fret, but some of them show that black line all the way across the fret. But it does seem like there's more black, like a hidden shadow line in the center. But looking at the top, I think that's just fret grunge. Looking at it this way, it looks fine. But when I look at it this way, it appears to have a little black. I'm going to say it's probably some kind of compound or something on the bottom. It doesn't appear to be. I'm going to say that this one's okay, as far as it having being crowned to match pressed in. I'm trying to think if I've got something really, really super thin that I could try to shove underneath the fret. Let me see if I've got something really, really, really thin. All these picks are going to be too thick. Don't really have anything really, 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 really. If I had some feeler gauges up here, I could probably try to, but I'm not seeing a gap, Mike. I'm not seeing that. Now keep in mind, this is one of the older Fireflies. I know mid last summer, Firefly had some issues. So this would have been probably early 2024 when this guitar was shipped. I would say probably January, February 2024.
Mike said he can slip a guitar string package under the frets.
Guitar string package.
Yeah, the package of guitar strings come in, he can slip a package under the frets.
Oh, yeah, you can't. No, we're talking. What I'm looking here, Mike, would be I would need like some paper, super thin feeler gauges. There's not near. I mean, I'm looking at it. I would show you in the camera, but I don't think it would ever. You're not ever going to be able to see. See that? There's not that. I mean, we're talking. I'm thinking thousandths of an inch. I mean, there's no way you're gonna fit that between the fretboard and this fret. Firefly, there's two different vendors. The vendor that has this, I've noticed, makes a decent guitar.
Mike said the fret issue seems to be on most of the newer models.
Oh, well, whichever vendor's making this one, and the sandblasted LPs, I've had really good luck with. The other vendor that I ordered from didn't have so much luck from. Fret issues, the strings hanging up on the bottom of the frets. When you pull the string down, it would actually hang up under the fret.
Steven said that's low action.
Yeah. This action, I don't have any. Do I have my gauges up here? I don't. I do have my. I don't want to get into it because we said we were going to review the guitar next week. But just a real quick, I'm just going to go down. I'm literally just going to go down the center. I'm not going to check it all. I'm just going to go through the center. Very first fret, there's a slight rock. When I say slight, it's slight. And what I hate, I go from here. Okay, very next fret, I got the exact same thing. So that's telling me one of these frets are a fraction low.
Mike said he meant a single string envelope, not the package.
Little bit right there. Solid. 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 Little bit right there. Solid. 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 So just going through the center, I found 4 spots. Now, are they bad spots? No. Well, I'm being super picky. But there is just a little bit of a rock back to back up here. So whenever you're checking frets, let's say you're checking the first 3 frets. So you're actually checking the center fret to see if it's going to be high to the other ones. And it is. It is high to the first fret and 3rd fret. When we move down and we check the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fret, it's got an ever slight rock again. When I say just a little, it's just a little. But that's telling me one of these 2 frets are low. That's why it's rocking in both locations. The only way you can fix that is to do a fret level. Or before you do the fret level, as Mike is suggesting, go through and make sure every one of these frets are seated exactly down perfect. But to do that, you need to figure out what this neck radius is and use the proper call. Don't go through here and start tapping across on this fret. Can you do that? Sure, you can do it. But the only way to really make sure it's right is to use the proper radius call. That way it puts even pressure across the whole fret and you're not going to damage the fret with the hammer, putting little dings in it going across. Because as you walk across, it can raise it on the other side. If you're got a little spot on the fret right here, you can just lightly tap on it. But if you're going through and you're doing it, you really should use a call. Granted, I know that's being picky, but using the call is going to keep a consistent radius. And all you have to do is make sure that you have even pressure as you're pushing down on it. But one of these are just a fraction low. Tap them down, double check it, see where you're at again. Most people wouldn't do too much with that. I would say that amount of rock can happen. Let's say when you put the black line across the fret and you crown it, and you've crowned to where it's just a very, very super thin line, and the next fret's a little thicker. When you go back over it with your 1200 and your 1600 and you're polishing the top of that fret out, and then you run your Dremel across it to polish it, you can get that much rock just from dressing the top of the fret and polishing it. That's why I say always go back after you've done your polishing and double check your work. Because when you polish, you're removing material. If there's scratches on the fret, even if they're light scratches, and you polish it and the scratches disappear, you've removed material off the fret. every little bit of material you remove off the fret affects the fret rocker. So keep in mind a fret rocker is only checking X distance. Okay? So you can have relief in the neck and the fret rocker is still going to read right. Okay? So the only way to check the whole neck is with a precision straight edge and feeler gauges underneath each fret. And that's really hard to do because you're going from location to location to location. And we're saying feeler gauges, you need a high precision feeler gauges that go stupid thin that will fit underneath that fret and that straight edge. And that's the only way you can check the whole neck. Because using the tools like I use, a not straight edge, that's riding on the neck of the guitar. So at the manufacturer, if they've straightened that neck with that tool, it's not going to be perfect, guys. They might be off 1,000th here, 1,000th there. Then they level the fretboard. So the frets are perfectly straight to an incorrect neck. Does that kind of make sense? So using a straight edge across the frets and feeler gauges is really the only way to make sure the neck is perfectly straight or you get a perfect reading on your relief. When I check relief, I'm using a notch gauge. I'm checking the relief based on the wood. But that's not necessarily accurate to the fret because you don't know if there was any relief or if they had the neck perfect when they did the fret level. Does that kind of make sense? I try to educate everyone so they kind of get an idea. When I say the neck has X relief, look at the tool I'm using. It's based off the wood, not necessarily the fret. And using a fret rocker only checks the distance from here to here. When you get down into here, you're only checking this much distance. So if you're off 0.0001 thousandths of an inch based on this distance, how far do you have to travel before it goes off to a reasonable amount? The larger the distance, okay, the greater it becomes. The shorter the distance, if I'm off the same amount in this distance versus this distance, the shorter distance will be in more error than the longer distance because the longer distance gives it more travel time. So if it's twice the distance, okay, and the same amount, that means the shorter distance is actually twice as incorrect or double the longer distance. So if you're out 1,000th of an inch between here and here, and you're off 1,000th of an inch between here and here, you're actually out 2,000ths of an inch because the distance has been decreased 100%. So you have to multiply that. That's why these are just tools to give us an idea. And Michael said the exact same thing when we read, pickup readings. We're looking at the Henrys and we're looking at the ohms. That can change from guitar to guitar depending on the windings. I can have two Seymour Duncan JB pickups here, and they're both going to read a little different. There's no two exact same pickups. So when I check it, it gives you an average of the Henrys, an average of what you can expect. When you start looking at these numbers, you start getting an idea of what the pickup should sound like, what you like in a pickup. That's why I say if you got a guitar you like, measure it. Double check the readings. You got another guitar you like, look at the readings on the pickups. Eventually you're going to start to see a pattern in what you like. So when you pick up a guitar and you go to the store and you test it and you check it, oh, no wonder I like it. These pickups are in X range. Oh, no wonder I like the feel of the neck. It's a 12-inch radius neck. I seem to always go towards that 12-inch radius neck. Does that kind of make sense? So the more you know about your instrument and the instruments you like, the better you're going to be in the future when shopping for another guitar. I can give you my opinion on it, and I may not necessarily like the feel of a 7.5 radius neck, but I can give you the spec. And then if that's something you know you like, then you go, that's probably the guitar for me, if that makes sense, guys. It's only my job to do the best I can at giving you the information. And I think I do that. And I'm sometimes, like we talked about earlier, sometimes I make mistakes. And I need you guys to say, hey, I think you need to remeasure that because I found this or I found that. And that's what it's about. It's about proper information.
Steven said, what if I'm ugly?
Well, I got that case too, man. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, brother.
Oh, Lord. Devastator said fat chicks need loving too, Steven.
Hey, you know, I tell Linnell that all the time because I'm getting the belly, the what I call the middle age spread, and I always say, "Are you still gonna love me when I won't fit through the front door?" And she's like, "Well, of course I will."
Jerry said stay in the dark. No one will ever know.
Exactly. That's what they make light switches for. The older we get, the less attractive we become, and that's fine. It's not about that, guys. Linnell and I, it's more than that. If you got somebody, you know there's a connection there. It's sure. I'm not going to say the initial attraction. Sure, you know that's that surface, what you want to call it. But eventually you get to the point where you just know you're with the right person. The personality matches, you work well together, and that's what it's about. That's why as we get older, you might lose your looks. That's fine, whatever. We get a little middle age spread on us. We lose our hair, you know, whatever it may be. We're not, you know, you're not 16, 17 years old anymore. You're not all buff like you was when you were in your 20s, whatever it may be. You know, doesn't matter.
Penagore said you're going for 1 a.m., aren't you? Do it.
No, I think the 1 a.m. thing may have to wait till another week, guys. It really will. I am past horse, but I want to thank everybody for coming in, and it's been great having Mike here. Mike's contribution and his knowledge on electronics is 100%. Mike, before you come in the stream, we were actually talking about you. I was saying I am going to send you the power amplifier. It's probably going to be in about a month. I do want to send it to you. It definitely needs to be gone through. And when you get the amp, the old saying, I don't want any stone not unturned. While you're in there, just do your magic. That's what I need done to the amp. I don't know if he's still in the group. I know the last comment I saw was up a little bit, so hopefully he's still in the group hanging out. But if Mike, if you're still in it, I am going to send you the power amp. Get that all fixed up. And like I said, guys, reach out to Mike. He's a great tech. If you need something worked on and you want it done right, he can steer you in the right direction. Yeah. And again, guys, without you all, the stream would not be possible. And I want to thank everyone that did a super chat tonight. And if you just joined in, any super chats are going towards the fund to support the channel on new reviews. So I will set as YouTube puts the chat in the amount in it and tells me what I get out of that. We're going to put a thing in the post window, and that amount will go up, and then we'll make a decision on what guitar we want to purchase for a review or a piece of equipment. And then it'll be up to the subscribers on what we do with it. Do we sell it and put the money back in the pot? Or since you guys technically bought the instrument, do we give it away? That either way, it works. And I'll leave it up to you guys on which way we approach it.
Mike said cool and thanks for the kind words.
Yeah, Mike, you're 100% welcome, man. You're an awesome dude, and I know that you're what's the proper word? Good morals and a good man. So I have no issues whatsoever saying that. And if no one knows, Mike and I had a little issue with an amplifier. and it wasn't my fault, wasn't Mike's fault, and Mike went way past beyond being gracious. The gentleman bought the amplifier and blew it up. He tried to put the wrong tube in it, and not my fault, not Mike's fault. And Mike really took care of the purchase of the amp for the guy that blew it up. And he didn't need to do that because Mike wasn't even technically involved in it. But Mike took care of it. And that is 100% an awesome dude that'll do that. That right there in itself tells me that Mike cares, if that makes sense. So, guys, we're going to end the stream, but just so you guys know, we are going to do the 5-minute. You guys can continue to chat after the live so you all can finish up your topics and conversations. And again, I want to thank everyone for contributing and coming in and making the stream possible. You guys are great. And the information that's in this chat window, whether it was just joking around like we were earlier, and the solid information that everyone puts forward is there for other people to come back and review later. That's what the channel's about. And again, thanks, guys. But we're gonna switch over to the other window now, and let you guys continue to chat. I just got to see which one it actually is. I think it's this one. Thanks, guys.